Yes, Ron Peaster representing Secretary of State Cesar Perales.
Here.
Paul Martin representing State Fire Administrator Brian Stevens. Michael Weber representing town. Representing Keith Wen representing the Honorable Bill de Blasio.
Here.
The Honorable Judith Kennedy. The Honorable Barbara Rice. The Honorable William Tucker.
Here.
Joseph Sauerwein. Sean Hamlin. Here. John Flanagan. Bill Tyne.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mark. Before we move on to agenda item number 2, Mark, I'd like to ask you to just quickly review the agenda with council. There's documents that they've received recently. Just if you could give them an overview of some of those documents. And I think we have something to pass out regarding the technical topics.
Yes, over the last couple of weeks, especially in the last few days, there's a lot of information being sent out to the members of the Code Council. Very full agenda. We have 3 code change adoptions to act on. Also going to look at topics related to the Energy Code update, the Uniform Code update. Yesterday I sent out to the Code Council members a list of those topics that we'd like to cover today. For each of those topics, I've given a very brief description of each topic, given the members a Department of State recommendations, and we've also given the draft rules on those topics. That would be both for the Energy Code and the Uniform Code. The discussion on the technical issues, the public comment period. Public comment period is at the end of these technical issues. Main reason is because at the last meeting on January 15th of this year, we had a Code Council meeting where that was all about hearing from the public to these topics. The Code Council has heard from the public on these, but they're welcome to speak following the review of the technical topics.
Any questions from members of the council on the document or the our proceedings today, how we're going to proceed with discussions and action? Just, I know one thing that we've been receiving a lot of questions on, and the council, we've been giving information to the council on a number of technical topics. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to just announce the final list of topics that we will be discussing as part of agenda item 6A and also 7A. So for agenda, we do have, for this list that's available to the public, it looks like that we have that reversed. So for agenda item 6A, which is the Energy Code 2015 update, we're going to be discussing 2 technical topics. Again, these are topics that were identified by the council previously that the council indicated they wish to have individual discussion on. The first item will be detached 1- and 2-family or townhouses air leakage test requirements. And item 2 will be residential group R2, R3, R4 air leakage and sampling protocol. For agenda item 7A, We have 6 items we'll be discussing today. Maximum water flow rate, sawn lumber, grading practices and identification, accessible dwelling units, type A versus type B, accessible parking spaces, stair geometry, and residential sprinkler system. There's one item that is not on this list. That's gas station fire suppression system. We've had discussions about that with my apology on behalf of the department. We are unfortunately not prepared to present that to you today, and so unfortunately we're left with a situation where we're not going to be able to discuss that today. And as we get into the agenda, we'll discuss a little bit more how we'll address that for the future. Any questions from members of the council? Mr. Sauerwein. Mr. Sauerwein asked which issue we were not prepared to discuss today. The issue that we are not prepared to present to you involves requirements for gas station fire suppression systems. Okay, does that answer your question? Thank you. Okay, with that, move on to agenda item number 2. You have minutes from the November 18th, 2014 meeting and the January 15th, 2015 meeting before you. We'll start with the November 18th, 2014 minutes. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Motion by Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second? Second by Mayor Kennedy. Discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The November 18th, 2014 minutes are approved. Next minutes, January 15th, 2015. Any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Motion by Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second? I'll take a second by Mayor Kennedy. Thank you. Discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. January 15th, 2015 minutes are approved. Items 3, 4, and 5, we have 3 code change adoptions that are presented to you today. Just as a reminder to the council, these are proposals that come from statutory standards that have been passed to the council by the legislature. Okay, so these are statutory standards that we are proposing an adoption of regulations to meet the new statutory standards. With that, agenda item 3, code change adoption, sparkling devices. Mark, would you introduce the agenda item?
Yes, this pertains to the permanent adoption of a rule to amend the Uniform Code to add provisions relating to buildings and structures where sparkling devices are present. This is in response to legislation that went into effect on December 21st, 2014. It compels the Code Council to adopt a rule that adds sparkling device-related provisions to the Uniform Code. At its last meeting on January 15th of this year, Code Council adopted this rule as an emergency rule, and a notice of emergency adoption and proposed rulemaking was filed on January 20th, and the rule became effective. Public hearing on this proposal was held on March 24th, and the public comment period on the permanent adoption expired on April 20th. The Department of State has made non-substantive changes to the text of the rule, and at this meeting today, we're asking the Code Council to adopt this rule as a permanent adoption.
Thank you, Mark. One note I would like to add is that the public comment period that occurred for the permanent rule resulted in the submission of comments that compelled us to propose to you a permanent rule that is slightly changed from the rule that was adopted by emergency measure. As Mark said, these have been determined to be non-substantial changes, but we also feel that based upon the public comments that were received, we were able to improve the rule so that it will be more enforceable and will be more effectively administered at the local level. I'd also like to recognize our colleagues at the Office of Fire Prevention and Control that provided guidance to us as we reviewed these comments and developed the rule. Mr. Martin, would you like to talk a little bit about OFPC's role with respect to certification?
Thank you, Mark. I, too, would like to say this was a great partnership between the two agencies in developing this rule and concurrent rule. And the companion role of the Office of Fire Prevention Control, which actually establishes the process for certification and registration of manufacturers, wholesalers, retailers, and distributors of sparkling devices. Obviously, we needed the criteria contained in the Uniform Code for how we're going to store these in the building, and then the Office of Fire Prevention Control will be the regulatory agency for, as I said, the certification, registration, monitoring of the manufacturers and vendors.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you have a rulemaking proposal before you with the recommendation for adoption. Let's open to discussion from members of the council on the sparkling device. Discussion. No discussion. Do we have a motion for action then? Mr. Flanagan?
I would propose that we adopt this as
Mr. Flanagan, if you could speak into the microphone.
I would propose the motion to make this a permanent proposal for the sparkling devices as changed and edited by the different organizations. So moved.
Okay. I'm gonna call that motion out of order. Okay. We have a draft motion for you to read.
I move that the Code Council find and determine that the adoption of the rule identified in Agenda Item 3, Code Change Adoption Sparkling Devices, will not have a significant environmental impact and will not have a significant adverse effect on any significant fish or wildlife habitat, science resource of statewide significance, important agricultural land or area included in the approved local waterfront revitalization program, and that Mark Wonka be advised to sign and deliver on behalf of the Code Council and the Department of State, A, the State Environmental Quality Review Act Short Environmental Assessment Form, B, the State Environmental Quality Review Act Negative Declaration, C, the New York State Department of State Coastal Management Program Coastal Assessment Form, and D, the Certificate of No Significant Coastal Impact.
We have a motion by Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second on the motion? Second by Mr. Rappacello. We're going to take discussion on the motion. Just for the members of the council, this is one of two motions for this adoption. And actually, this was based upon comments that were presented at previous meetings. So we're gonna discuss and dispense with the first motion, then we'll move to the second motion on this rule. So we have a motion that's been seconded. Let's take discussion on the motion. Mayor Kennedy?
No.
I think you got it. It's my understanding that this motion, as I've read it and as you've explained it, that it is very close to the one we had in the emergency option in December, which we discussed at some length. And could you point out for us and the audience what the exact tweak was that had to be added to it?
Mark, can you go through and give an overview of the changes that have occurred?
There was a lot of paper that came in 2 days, so looking through that, I was going, now which one is,
That's an understatement.
that is an understatement.
I'll speak on behalf of Mark. He asked me to do that. The changes were first, the provisions in the rule dealing with what was called sparkling device displays has been removed. That was determined to be more appropriate for more hazardous types of devices and not the sparkling devices. Provision dealing with retail sales, there was a provision that would have required the sparkling devices to be kept behind the counter where they could not be actually handled by members of the public prior to sale. That was removed.
Good.
Provision that would authorize the code official to limit quantity of sparkling devices generally was revised to say he or she can only limit the quantity that's stored in residential buildings. The provision that would have authorized the code official to require supervision of sparkling device displays has of course been removed. Provision that would have dealt specifically with the disposal of sparkling devices has been removed. Again, it's determined that they're not significantly hazardous enough to warrant that kind of provision. That would have required reports of accidents involving sparkling devices to the code official was removed. And this is said in deference to the provision in the OFPC regulations that requires reporting to that office, which to remove duplicative reporting requirements. Provision that would have authorized the code official to prohibit the use of sparkling devices when he or she deemed conditions to be hazardous was changed. We thought that was a little too open-ended, and now it is the provision that prohibits the use of those devices when there's an fire hazard in the area or a red flag condition in the area, as determined by the DEC, United States Department of Environmental Conservation. Basically, the rest of the changes were renumbering of the provisions to reflect and hopefully keep in the right order the remaining provisions.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Thank you, Joe. Additional discussion? Seeing no additional discussion and with those clarifications, we have a motion that's been seconded. We're going to take a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. We have a second motion related to the sparkling devices proposal. Mr. Flanagan, care to introduce the motion?
I move that the Code Council find and determine that making this rule effective immediately upon the filing of the notice of adoption is required to protect health, safety, and security because Chapter 477 of the laws of 2014, the chapter amending sections 270 and 405 of the penal law became effective on December 21st, 2014. May begin to legalize sparkling devices at any time on or after such effective date. D, an emergency adding provisions related to sparkling devices to the municipal code have been filed and is currently in effect. C, the currently effective emergency rule will expire on June 15, 2015. And D, making this permanent rule effective upon publication of the notice of adoption is necessary to ensure that this permanent rule become effective before an emergency rule expires. And 2, I further move that the rule identified in Agenda Item 3, Code Change Adoption, sparkling devices, be adopted as a permanent rule. Such permanent rule the notice of adoption, state register.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flanagan. We have a motion by Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Rapicello. We'll take discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion, we'll take a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 4, Code Change Adoption, Residential Trust Construction. Mark, will you please introduce the agenda item?
This pertains to the permanent adoption of a rule concerning the use of truss-type, pre-engineered wood, and timber-type construction in new residential structures. This is also in response to legislation that went into effect on January 1st of this year. It provides a means for notifying local code enforcement officials when one of these types of construction are being used. It also provides a means for placing and maintaining a sign or symbol on the exterior of the residential structure that identifies such structures that one of these types of construction is being used. The legislation requires a permit applicant to complete a form prescribed by the Code Council designating the structure as having one of these types of construction, and that a sign or symbol designed and approved by the Code Council be placed on the electrical box attached to the exterior of the structure if one exists. The Code Council meeting in November 18, 2014, the Code Council adopted this rule as an emergency rule. The hearing of the rule was held on March 2nd, and the public comment period expired on March 7th. The Department of State made several non-substantive changes to the rule, text of this rule. At this meeting today, we were asking the Code Council to adopt this rule as a permanent adoption.
Something?
Fortunately, in this case, the rule is a little more complicated because the existing emergency rule will expire sooner than the one we just dealt with on the sparkling devices. So I believe Mr. Flanagan will make in his second motion coming up what will be a motion to adopt this rule as another emergency rule, just to kind of keep it in place, and then to adopt it as a permanent rule. And that way we can file the emergency rule, make sure the rule continues in effect, and then file the notice of adoption of the permanent rule, which will become effective when that notice of adoption is filed. So it's more complicated. Basically, we're asking you to adopt this same rule twice, once as an emergency, once as a permanent, and that's necessary just because of the timing issues.
Just to make sure that everyone's clear, are there any questions that the council has on this particular proposal for either Mark or for Joe from a technical or procedural standpoint?
Is there questions on the technical elements of it, or questions regarding?
Who's talking? I'm sorry.
It's Bill Tyne in Buffalo.
Oh, Mr. Tyne, sorry.
It's quite all right. What are the? We talking about speaking on the question, discussing this, or are we talking about procedural issues right now? Questions.
If you have any procedural questions, now would be the time. We are going to go into discussion on the rule as well.
I have questions on the rule.
Okay. If there are no procedural questions, why don't we move into discussion? Mr. Tyne, would you like to start?
Yes, I've had some comments from some builders from around the state who are. I don't think there's any opposition to this or to keeping it. Have we lost Albany? Can you hear me? Perfect.
We can hear you. It's a little bit faint, but we can hear you. So if you can talk directly into the microphone or whatever speaker
Sure.
is there.
Is that a little better? The question came from some builders that I've heard about the efficacy of this, I suppose, and that is making this work as well as possible. I haven't heard any objection to following the rule, but there has been some comment about placing these stickers in a place that's more consistent, so that in an emergency situation, firefighters know where to look for it specifically. I know it talks about the electrical box if there is one, but the concern was that a 6-inch sticker, if it's going to be on a meter can, for example, is too large. That 3 inches reflective, something along those lines, might be more appropriate. And whether or not, if you're not using these types of materials to begin with, that's already been decided with the building permit. So, if these materials are being used, in that case, put the sticker on, advising people that this structure has those materials. If not, then the sticker isn't necessary. I know this is an emergency rule, and I wouldn't object to moving it as an emergency rule, but I would think it would be something to maybe look a little bit more deeper into before it becomes a permanent rule, just to make sure it works as well as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Mark if he wants to add anything. One comment that I would make in response to to some of your concerns. We attempted to provide as much flexibility in the rule as was possible regarding the location of the sign or sticker within the constraints of the statutory standard that was handed to us by the legislature. So we understand your concern and recognize that. One of the things that we found ourselves struggling with was providing flexibility within the constraints of the language based upon the specific language of the law. Mark, would you like to add anything to that?
The only thing I can add is I'm reading the rule right now. It does say that the symbol can be placed in a location likely to be seen by firefighters or other responders responding to a fire at the residential structure if approved authority having jurisdiction. I think that's what it says here. That's if there's no electrical box attached to the exterior of the residential structure. So it could be at a different location.
Mayor Kennedy?
So when you think about what the purpose of this symbol is, right, it's primarily for emergency firefighters, or is it primarily for the person buying the home to know what their home is made of?
I believe the intent of the requirement is to provide notification to emergency services personnel that are responding to an emergency scene that the building that they are about to enter includes truss construction.
Right. That was my assumption. Given that assumption, or given that focus, then I agree with the gentleman in, I think, Buffalo, that in the case of emergency, people are going in. They're doing what they got to do. They haven't got time to look for anything. And so I'm assuming that maybe putting in 2 or 3 options, it could be here or here or here. There's a defined limit, in other words, of where some symbol could be that they know to look for. Otherwise, it's kind of it's not going to serve any purpose. They can't go looking around for things like this.
So would you like to make a comment?
The rule provides, as a general rule, put the sticker on the electric box.
Okay.
It says, however, if there's no electric box, or if putting the sticker on the electric box would obscure the electric meter, or if in the judgment of the code official the electric box is in a place not likely to be seen by first responders, then the authority having jurisdiction should pick a spot that, in opinion of the authority having jurisdiction, is most likely to be seen by first responders, and that's where the sticker will go.
So it's up to the jurisdiction of the municipality to decide the other location.
Yes. With regard to notifying the authority having jurisdiction that this type of construction is used, particularly requires that notice given that's in addition to anything that might be in the building permit application. And the statute directs the code council to actually prescribe the form to be used for that application. That's one of the things that this rule does.
I guess what I would say is that by having all the various municipalities and jurisdictions create their own rule on that, it's going to be a hodgepodge of things. And as firefighters often respond across municipalities, that again leads to the opportunity for confusion and of this sticker not really having the value it possibly could have.
That is a concern that we struggled with as well. So I recognize what you're saying. A couple of other things that are important to remember is that part of this rule requires, after a building owner or a representative has submitted building permit application that indicates that truss construction is going to be incorporated in the building to the local municipality, typically the code official or building inspector. The code official then is required to communicate that information to the local fire chief or fire department. So there is a line of communication with respect to the fact that truss construction is going to be utilized and the fact that there is now a building that's going to have this type of construction, that to get to the emergency personnel, at least the chief or department that would typically be responding. So there is a line of communication with respect to this. I think that hopefully would help as well. The other thing that we did look at was trying to come up with a few possible places to put this sticker or sign. And actually, if you consider the infinite number of variations that exist out there with respect to the types of buildings we're talking about, it really was not possible to create a small laundry list of places that's going to address every situation. So, respectfully, it was something that we found ourselves having to create as much flexibility as possible so that we could at least have a chance at having this enforced effectively.
Thank you.
Mr. Sauerwein.
Mayor Kennedy, thank you for your concern about having it all in one location so that those first responders don't have to search the whole property looking for it. And that is a concern. However, part of initial firefighting is one of the early things you should do as an incident commander is to make a 360-degree loop around the building to see exactly what's going on. So hopefully that will alleviate some of your concern as well as our colleague in Buffalo. And I think it's very good to have this flexibility built in because, as Mr. Pista pointed out, we cannot codify every possible situation or configuration for a dwelling that may be subject by this. So I think the flexibility is a very good thing to have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion? Mr. Flanagan?
Yes, sir. I move, number one, that the Code Council find and determine that the adoption of the rule identified in Agenda Item 4, code change adoption, residential trust construction, will not have a significant environmental impact and will not have a significant adverse effect on any significant fish or wildlife habitat, scenic resource of statewide significance, important agricultural land, or area included in an approved local waterfront revitalization program. And two, that Mark Blank be authorized to sign and deliver on behalf of the Code Council and the Department of State, A, the State Environmental Quality Review Act Short Environmental Assessment Form, B, the State Environmental Quality Review Act Negative Declaration, C, the New York State Department of State Coastal Management Program Coastal Assessment Form, and D, the certification of no significant coastal impact.
We have a motion by Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mayor Kennedy. Let's take discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion, we'll take a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion is carried. Mr. Flanagan, a second motion.
I move that the Code Council find and determine the adoption of the rules identified in Agenda Item 4, code change adoption, residential trust construction, on an emergency basis, as authorized by Section 202 of the State Administrative Procedure Act, is required to preserve public safety and general welfare because, A, Executive Law 382B provides that when truss type, pre-engineered wood or timber construction is used in the construction of a new residential structure or in the addition to or rehabilitation of an existing residential structure, the owner must notify the code enforcement official of that fact and must place an approved sign or symbol on the exterior of the structure to warn firefighters and other first responders of the fact that B, Executive Law 382B, provides that the form to be used to notify code enforcement officials of the use of trust type pre-engineered wood or timber construction in residential structures, and the sign of a symbol to be a fixed residential structure using truss type pre-engineered wood or timber construction must be prescribed by the Code Council. C, on and after January 1, 2015, the effective date of the Executive Law 382B, local code officials are not permitted to issue certificates of occupancy for residential structures using the type pre-engineered wood or timber construction unless the required sign or symbol has been affixed to the structure. D, an emergency rule implementing Executive Law 382B has been filed and is now in effect. E, the emergency rule now in effect will expire on May 24th, 2015. F, the adoption of this rule as a permanent rule will not be effective until a notice of adoption of such permanent rule be published in the State Register. G, the notice of adoption of this rule as a permanent rule would not appear in the State Register until after the May 24th, 2015 expiration of the current effective emergency rule. F, adopting this rule on an emergency basis to be effective on May 25th, 2015 is necessary to assure that the required sign or symbol can be placed on structures during the period between the expiration date of the currently effective emergency rule, May 24th, 2015, and on the date on which the notice of adoption of the permanent rule is published in the State Register. 2, that the rule identified in Agenda Item 4, Code Change Adoption, Residential Trust Construction, be adopted as an emergency rule to be effective on May 25th, 2015. And 3, that the rule identified in Agenda Item 4, Code Council Adoption, Residential Trust Construction, be adopted as a permanent rule, such permanent rule to be effective on the date of publication of the notice of adoption in the State Register. So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Mr. Hamlin. We'll take discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion on the motion, we'll take a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Next agenda item number 5, code change adoption, carbon monoxide detection in restaurants and commercial buildings. Before I ask Mark to introduce the agenda item, I'd like to recognize our colleagues from the Office of Fire Prevention and Control once again for assisting us in developing the proposal that has been presented to you today. We worked collaboratively on doing research, developing the text, and appreciate very much your assistance in that regard.
Our pleasure working with you.
Mark, would you please introduce the agenda item?
This pertains to an amendment to the Uniform Code to add additional provisions relating to carbon monoxide detection. It is an emergency rule adoption necessary to carry in effect new legislation concerning carbon monoxide in buildings that contain one or more restaurants and all other commercial buildings. Those buildings that have a carbon monoxide source are then required to have carbon monoxide detection and alarms. This would also apply to new buildings and existing buildings, and the requirement becomes effective on June 27th of this year. Today we're asking the Code Council to adopt this rule as an emergency rule adoption.
Thank you, Mark. Before we get into discussion, since this is the first time that the council will be discussing this rule, which is different from the sparkling devices and the trust construction. You've seen those rules before. This is the first time we've actually seen this particular rule. I want to make sure that everyone understands what we're talking about, see if there are any questions from the council on the rule as it's proposed before we get into our discussion. So first, let's see if there are any questions for Mark from the council on the rule. Any questions? Mayor Kennedy?
I would like to understand from the general rule that we're looking at, the Uniform Code rule, what we are doing. They didn't have anything in that rule about smoke detectors in this kind of a building? I'm kind of shocked.
That's correct. We have carbon monoxide detection requirements for residential buildings or any other building that has a sleeping area or area that could be used for sleeping, such as in schools, if it's used for that purpose, but not for these types of buildings described here.
Okay?
Does that answer your question?
It answers my question. It just causes me to be puzzled because of course, it was in a home, but we've just had 2 people that were killed, that died of carbon monoxide poisoning in Newburgh. So it's a very high issue on my radar screen.
Any other questions? Mr. Sauerwein?
Mr. Pisa, did you want technical type questions now at this point, or?
If you have technical questions for Mark or our staff, this is
Right.
a good time to ask them.
Then I do have a few. First of all, the language seems to be a bit cumbersome, but then again, I guess it has to be to properly describe it. That's the world of code speak. And one thing perhaps that Mr. Martin can verify. No, bear in mind that I have not been an active code enforcement official for working on 7 years now. But for a long time, there were no listed devices, commercial carbon monoxide detection devices, that were listed for commercial use. There were all kinds of listings for residential use, but none for commercial. Is it fair to assume that there now are devices that can be installed in these commercial premises, or do we have to kind of let residential listings be in there or not?
Mr. Martin?
A little of both, and that is there are listed devices that can be installed as a detector as part of a system, and those are not specific to occupancies, but standalone single station carbon monoxide alarms, the traditional one that you would see in your house, are listed for residential. But because this is retroactive and the provisions allow for use of those in buildings, the retroactive provision here, I think it allowed for the flexibility to use that residential listed battery operated device in a commercial setting.
Flexibility is very good, especially when we're dealing with retroactive requirements and allowing battery-operated devices to prevent having to open up walls and ceilings and floors and everything is also very good. But this is going to be a rhetorical question. I wonder as to the wisdom of actually perhaps encouraging people to install devices contrary to their listing. So, as I said, that's a rhetorical question. But then again, there may not be any alternative at this time. The next question I have is just really in several places. It's the same question in several places. It almost looks like the code is doing the engineering. When I look at, for example, on page 7, the placement of the detectors in zones less than 10,000 square feet and so forth, I almost think that, maybe I shouldn't tell you what I think. I'll ask, if it's known, how does that fit into the manufacturer's suggestions? And I'm going to go back to when I was an active code enforcement official, and fire detection systems, heat detectors, smoke detectors, they all were listed for certain areas. What I mean, areas of square feet. 900 square feet, 1,600 square feet, 2,500 square feet, depending on ceiling heights and what type of detector and everything. Does such a parameter exist for these carbon monoxide detectors, or are we trying to use the code as a, I always say, engineering tool? And again, On the same vein, as one section on page 8 that talks about placing it on the ceiling or another approved location, do the manufacturer's instructions support that, or is it contrary to that? So those are my concerns. We're going in the right direction, and I don't want us to inadvertently get off on a tangent and go the wrong direction.
Thank you. I think there are a number of questions and a few comments in that statement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Dan Nichols, our fire protection engineer at the Codes Division, who was one of the primary authors of the draft. If he could come up, and if you can address specific questions, Dan will do his best to answer those questions for you. Is that acceptable?
Yes, it is. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. Dan Nichols with the Division of Building Standards. As you rightfully identified, we are basing this on a residential listed detector, or alarm I should say, for a majority due to the technology and the listing availability not being there for commercial applications. The reason why you see some of the quote engineering layout information in the language that's presented in front of you is because that language is not currently available in the listing documentation. So as an example, the 10,000 square foot detection zone is based on a notification area of 100-foot travel distance. The language that you see about mounting carbon monoxide alarms on the ceiling of rooms that have carbon monoxide sources is based upon language that's currently found in NFPA 720 that's copied over for the user's benefit into the regulation. So that's the location for the two specific questions that you asked. If you have more, I can be more than glad to shed light on anything you want.
Any other questions, Mr. Sauerwein?
Not at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dan, if you can stay up here just in case other members of the council have questions. Any other technical questions or questions about the language of the rule from the council at this time?
Can you remind me if this rule is required because of a piece of legislation? That was the source of this?
That's correct. There was a law that was passed, a bill passed by the legislature, signed by the governor. It's known as Stephen Nelson's Law, unfortunately, because of the tragedy that occurred down on Long Island, and it established specific statutory requirements, and then it actually established a deadline for the law to take effect, which is, I believe, June 7th of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Okay. So we'll enter into discussion on the proposal. Again, for any general comments that the council would like to present, or discussion that you'd like to enter at this time. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, is there a motion? Oh, Mr. Flanagan.
Yes, sir. I move that, one, that the Code Council find and determine that the adoption of the rule identified in Agenda Item 5, Code Change Adoption, carbon monoxide detection in restaurants and commercial buildings, will not have a significant environmental impact and will not have a significant adverse effect on any significant fish or wildlife habitat, scenic resources of statewide significance, important access to land or area included in an approved local waterfront revitalization program. And two, that Mark Blank be authorized to sign and deliver on behalf of the Code Council and the Department of State, A, the State Environmental Quality Review Act short environmental form, B, the State Environmental Quality Review Act negative declaration, C, the New York State Department of State Coastal Management Program Coastal Assessment Form, and D, the Certificate of Significant Coastal Impact. I so much.
Been a motion by Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second? Oh, you have a comment you'd like to make?
I just want to clarify, Mr. Flanagan, I believe you meant in the last line, certification of no significant coastal impact.
Yes, you are correct.
With that clarification, is there a second? Second by Mr. Weber. Discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion, we'll take a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Motion is carried. Mr. Flanagan, second motion.
I move that the finally determine that the adoption of the rule identified in Agenda Item 5, code change adoption, carbon monoxide detection in restaurants and commercial buildings, on an emergency basis as authorized by Section 202 of the State Administrative Procedure Act, is required to preserve public safety and general welfare because A, Executive Law 378-5D, as added by Chapter 541 of the laws of 2014, provides that the Uniform Code must contain provisions requiring the installation of carbon monoxide detection devices in every building that contains one or more restaurants and every commercial building. B, the Executive Law 378-5D becomes effective on June 27, 2015. C, this is the last Code Council meeting scheduled to be held prior to June 27, 2015. And F, adopting this rule in an emergency basis at this meeting to be effective immediately upon the filing of the notice of emergency operation. Adoption and proposed rulemaking or on some other date between the date of such filing and June 27, 2015 is necessary to assure that the Uniform Code will include the provisions contemplated by Executive Law 378-5D by the effective date of that subdivision. 2, that the Code Council finally determined that making the rule identified in Agenda Item 5, code change adoption, carbon monoxide detection in restaurants and commercial buildings, effective immediately upon the filing of the date of the filing of the notice of emergency adoption and proposed rulemaking, or on some other date between the date of such filing and June 27, 2015, is required to protect the health, safety, and security, because in the absence of such finding and determination, the amendment of the Uniform Code to be implemented by this rule would not become effective until 90 days after publication of the notice. And for the reasons stated above, this rule must become effective no later than June 27, 2015. And 3, that the rule identified in the rule in Agenda Item 5, code change adoption, carbon monoxide detection in restaurant and commercial buildings, be adopted as an emergency rule to be effective immediately upon the filing of the notice of emergency adoption, and proposed ruling making on or some other date between the date of such filing and June 27, 2015.
Motion by Mr. Flanagan. Is there a second? By Ms. Rice. Discussion on the motion.
It occurs to me that this rule going into effect immediately, I think about all the commercial buildings everywhere that may not have these detectors, probably don't. There's going to be a run on carbon monoxide detectors suddenly, a lot of them. What happens when, and then all the people required to install them? Is there some kind of grace period, or is there going to be a rash of fines? How's this going to work? Just curious. curious.
Just a little bit of inside stuff here.
Okay.
The rule will become effective immediately, but the regulation that is put into the books by the rule will become effective on June 27th. So even if we file the rule later this afternoon, which, by the way, we will not, it will become effective in the sense of putting this provision in the NYCRR. However, the actual provision, the regulation, will be effective on June 27th. Now, that's still a short period of time.
A very short period of time, given, you know, the magnitude of what I think I see.
I agree, but that's what the legislation requires.
We better get the news out quick. You better get to the store and get your carbon monoxide detectors quick.
One of the things that we have been doing in preparation for this busy time ahead of us is developing an educational program to provide information about the rule, about the requirements, and try to talk to people who are going to be affected by this and give them guidance and advice. We know that there are going to be a lot of questions out there. We also understand that we are forced, once again, to make the best of a very challenging situation, given the specific constraints of the law that we must comply with. So we're going to be asking for people to bear with us a lot. You're going to hear that a lot from us over the course of the next, and it's not just a couple of months. It's going to be a while that we're going to go through this because, again, this is a rule that just doesn't just apply effectively. This applies to all buildings.
I know.
So we're going to have a lot of work ahead of us.
So, in the law, as the legislature passed it, did they give? I mean, it's kind of like, you know, put up a warning. You know, you've got they show up, but I don't even see that inspectors across the state. They're overwhelmed already. They're not going to be able to go out and inspect all these buildings immediately either. So it seemed to me like there's going to have to be some kind of a grace period while this gets worked into, because otherwise it just becomes a random sort of a thing that's going to happen here to people. I get concerned when a law is going into effect. I am. How are they going to do it? It just doesn't look like it's really going to be real popular. On a fair basis, I guess.
Again, we share your concern. We're going to do everything that we can to provide information and guidance as we go through this. Mr. Sauerwein?
Once again, Mayor Kennedy, your point is kind of right on. But I think it will be kind of self-controlling in that you won't see a whole rash of fines. I certainly hope you don't. Because I don't think any municipality in the state, including the city of New York, to which may or may not apply, has the staff to go out and do all of this. But if we don't put an effective date on it, it'll never get done. It'll never get complied with. So I think perhaps what you will see will be notices of violation, perhaps, that go to businesses who have to comply with it. That doesn't mean they have to pay a fine right away. Nobody, perhaps with the exception of OSHA, nobody gets to go there and say, oh, you're in violation, give me money right now because I'm finding you on the spot. So that there's a due process that's afforded here. And I want to think that just about every municipality will have some guidance for their inspectors, building inspectors, fire marshals, whoever's going to do the enforcement. They will say, be reasonable.
Thank you. Mr. Sauerwein, you made one point in your comments regarding the city of New York and whether this would apply within the city. This will not apply within the city of New York. However, there is a companion piece of legislation that was adopted that requires similar detection. in the city of New York that would go into effect through the city building code or fire code. So there's a companion to this, but this does not apply to the city. Okay. Additional discussion. Again, we're on the second motion, and we're in discussion.
Bill Tyne in Buffalo.
Mr. Tyne?
With regard to the effective date, is that inflexible, or can the effective date be altered by this motion to provide more time, understanding that people will have a tendency, I'm sure, to wait until the last minute before they do things, and what Mayor Kennedy described will still be potentially a problem with a run on CO detectors, but if you give this an opportunity that you don't run the shelves bare of detectors, is it possible to extend the effective date out while still passing the rule?
The Code Council can establish the effective date of the rule, so there is some flexibility. However, the law requires that all buildings be in compliance by June 27th. So
That's what I thought.
the limit of our flexibility, I would say, would be June 27th. So I suspect that does not address your concern adequately.
No, but it's what I expected the answer to be.
Thank you. Additional discussion.
May I ask a question?
Mr. Kennedy?
So, can the Code Council, can we maybe send out a directive to the municipalities, that it is passed as of today, so that maybe some directive about implementation process, some guidance, I guess I would say, the date and maybe how to go about implementing it over time or giving warnings or something like that. In general, I agree with you, Mr. Sauerwein, that most places will do that, and they simply don't have the resources to go inspect all the buildings, so it'll probably turn out that way. I just want to make sure that it's fair.
To specifically answer your question, the Code Council does not have the authority to provide directives to local governments. However, through the Department of State, and we plan on doing this anyway, we will be providing information to local governments to help guide them through this time. So we will certainly do that on your behalf if that's acceptable to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Additional discussion. Seeing no additional discussion, we'll take a vote on the second motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 6, Energy Code 2015 update. You will see in the agenda that there's Part A and Part B. I'm going to just walk you through quickly how we intend to present this to you. As I had mentioned earlier in the meeting, there was a previous meeting where you were asked to identify specific topics that you wanted to discuss that related to the Code Council's initiative to update the Energy Code and the Uniform Code to the 2015 International Codes. Part A essentially will present to you individual topics that you have identified in the past. Mark is going to walk through those topics for you. We then are going to be asking you to reaffirm a series of adjustments that had been presented to you in the past. These are statutory changes that were necessary to comply with Article 18 and Article 11 And then Part B, what we're going to be asking for is essentially a conceptual approval based upon the direction that you provide to us on those individual topics to proceed with the completion of rulemaking documents for updating the Energy Code and the Uniform Code to the 2015 international codes and presenting that to the Governor's Office for pre-publication review and then entering into public comment, which we will hope to do later this year. So that's essentially what we're planning to do. I think we'll go through agenda item 6. We'll probably take a short break, and then we'll go into the Uniform Code agenda item. Any questions on Then I'm going to ask Mark to introduce agenda item 6A. Mark?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to ask the members of the Code Council if they received the document that I have right in front of me here. It's a 2-page document that's titled Energy Code 2015 Update, Topics for Discussion and Action. Does everybody have that document?
Yes.
For everybody that does not have that document.
That's the one about the air leakage test?
Yes.
And that, yes, right in front.
Okay. Anybody not have it?
Okay. Janet, if you would just hand out a sheet to everyone here. Let's make sure that everyone in Buffalo and New York has this document. Does everybody understand what Mark is talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the first topic on the Energy Code update is with regard to air leakage in 1- and 2-family dwellings. The current residential code of New York State requires building envelope air tightness to be verified through one of 2 options. One is a visual inspection, and the other one is a standardized test, usually referred to as the blower door test. In the current code, when the blower door test is being used, the standard for passing the air leakage in a home is an air leakage that's limited to 7 air changes per hour. In the 2015 IRC, the visual inspection option has been removed, and the blower door test is essentially required. And when the blower door test is being used, the standard for passing the blower door test is 3 air changes per hour. So we have 2 things going on here. We've eliminated, in adopting the 2015 IRC, we would eliminate the visual inspection option and require the blower door test, and the blower door test pass standard would be reduced from 7 air changes per hour to 3 air changes per hour. So the discussion on this topic is whether to update the residential code or to amend the 2015 Energy Code to a different standard, or to maintain the standard in the residential code. The Department of State recommendation on this is to adopt the IRC without modifying the provisions on air leakage tests.
Thank you, Mark. For the sake of beginning discussion on this, I'm going to ask a member of the council to introduce the draft motion that we have presented to you, just to set the tone for discussion. Is there a member of the council who will introduce that draft motion? Mr. Sauerwein?
I move that we proceed with the development of the rulemaking documents incorporating the 2015 IRC by reference without a limitation related to air leakage rates.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? There's a second by Mr. Martin. Let's enter discussion on the motion.
Bill Tyne in Buffalo.
Mr. Tyne?
I believe the industry would prefer to see, obviously, visual inspections continue, but certainly the 3 air exchanges per hour is a fairly rigorous and substantial change to what it is right now. And there's a lot of builders who aren't accustomed to doing these tests already. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, NYSERDA Energy Star requirements are 5 air exchanges per hour, and in previous work done by the Code Council and technical subcommittees for the 2012 ICC, when you were working on that, technical subcommittees recommended going to 5, and I think that's maybe a reasonable compromise, would be to lower that standard from 7 to 5, but not make such a dramatic change going all the way down to 3. Particularly in the Northeast, it's not that easy to do.
Thank you. Mayor Kennedy?
I happen to agree with the 5 air exchanges as well. And from a whole different perspective, I also believe it's a radical jump to go from 7 to 3, but in some ways, it's great to have an airtight house when you think about energy, but then there's other things that sometimes you need some movement in your house of air, and so I wonder about this idea as far as our health is concerned, to have this airtight place. And then the other side of it is, I see here the recommendation to have compartmentalized testing. You get in a big building, well, there's a lot of buildings that are built with lots of open space and that sort of thing, so to try and do a whole building testing doesn't make any sense to me, that you somehow have to break it down to smaller units to be able to even test it that way. And then to the point of visual testing, a lot of builders don't have the equipment to do that. A lot of builders don't have the technology to do that, or the understanding how to do that. So that again is going to really hamper a lot of people with a whole bunch more regulation that they need to figure out how to manage. And New York State just keeps losing people because we overregulate everything.
Thank you. Mark, did you want to respond to that?
Couple comments. Mentioned the health of the home, the air quality, and the IRC, I believe, is also a requirement that a building have mechanical ventilation, because for that exactly that reason, that it's at that tight and 3 air changes per hour. You mentioned compartmentalization. That's actually more of a topic, the next topic for multiple dwellings, and as well as the sampling protocol that you mentioned, because that would be for many dwelling units where there's so many to do, whereas this applies to 1 and 2 family dwellings only, and would not really be an issue for that.
Thank you, Mark. Additional discussion? Is there any other discussion on this issue? Seeing no additional discussion, Mr. Hamlin.
The current motion on the table is for removing the visual and now going to airborne, correct?
I think more specifically, it's going with the 2015 IRC without changes, which eliminates visual inspections, requires a blower door testing, and limits the testing to 3 air changes per hour.
Joe, you'd like to clarify?
Yes, because lawyers can always clarify. I believe the motion would be to proceed with the 2015 International Residential Code without changing the provisions in that code relating to air leakage tests, and that would be changing the current requirement of New York State. So without modification.
This is Keith Wen. I'm sorry, we can't quite hear. We cannot quite hear what he just said. Can he repeat what he just said?
Okay, Mr. Wen. Joe, could you repeat what you had just said for...
Yes, because Mayor Kennedy wants to hear it again. The motion would be to proceed with the 2015 International Residential Code without changing the provisions in that document that relate to air change testing in 1-2 family homes and townhomes. That would result in changing the existing rules in New York State with respect to air testing in those kinds of buildings. Did that help or did that hurt? Mayor Kennedy seems to think that hurt.
Mr. Wen, did that get across in New York City?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that clarification,
May I ask?
discuss-
Yes, I have a question in Buffalo. Is this
Mr.
a
Time.
motion? Is this a motion that can be amended to reduce air exchanges or to allow continuance of visual inspections, or does this motion need to be denied and a new motion be put forth?
Technically, you could introduce an amendment. We would then have to discuss and vote on the amendment, and based upon the outcome of that vote, we would then go back to the main motion. So it is open to an amendment. Might be a cleaner way to discuss this through, and if it doesn't make it, then we would introduce a second motion. But that's up to you.
Well, I guess to advance this a little bit, and I would move to amend the motion that the standard be amended to 5 air exchanges per hour. The ICC rule be amended for New York State to allow 5 air exchanges per hour, and that visual inspections still be allowed.
Okay. There's been a motion to amend the main motion by Mr. Tyne. Is there a second to that motion?
Second here.
Second by
Bill Tucker.
by Mayor Tucker. Okay. So we have a motion to amend the main motion that's been seconded. The substance of the amendment would be to reduce the air leakage standard to 5 air exchanges and to allow visual inspections. Is that correct, Mr. Tyne?
It is.
Okay. Everybody clear on what we're going to be discussing? Okay, let's go into discussion on the motion to amend. Mr. Sauerwein.
Procedurally, I don't think that's a motion to amend. That's not amending it, because my motion was to adopt the 2015 IRC as it is written. And our colleagues apparently don't agree with that. And that's fine. I think perhaps what we could do then is some fashion, dispense with my motion, either by vote or by me withdrawing, and have a new motion that does modify the IRC. I know it's stepping on procedures here, but if you're not happy with what the 2015 IRC says, then let's not adopt it without modification.
Okay. I'm going to rule that the motion to amend is in order based upon the 5-air exchange and the visual inspection as essentially introducing a modification to the 2015 IRC. We're gonna discuss the amendment. Mayor Kennedy?
In the discussing the amendment, so the first amendment over here says adopted as it is. We've had all this discussion, and we talked about what we currently have in New York State, which is essentially 7-air exchanges and the visual inspection and whatever other laws we have. So I'm trying to think about the clean way to get this done because it seems that the thing that we want is 5-air exchanges and remain with the visual. Would it be easier to dispense with this motion and then vote to keep the current statute that we have in New York with one change, which would be from 7 to 5? Just asking.
That's fine. Again, I've ruled the motion to amend in order. It's if the maker of the motion would like to withdraw the motion, that's up to the maker of the motion. At this point, we are discussing the motion to amend.
I think with the ruling that it's in order, I would prefer to see it voted on as stands with the amendment.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on the motion to amend? Mr. Hamlin.
I can understand the desire for visual inspections, but I don't see what that provides us from a technical standpoint. It's like asking me to judge a cooking show without tasting the food. The air blower is the test for the air exchange. So you can say 7-air exchange visual inspection. Does it work? I don't know, but I know it's in the wall. I don't understand it, and I don't agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion. Mr. Martin?
I'm going to be voting against the motion as amended. And the reason being, months ago, we met and we as a body conceptually said we really want to move towards adoption of the 2015, the most current international codes out there, models that are going to be used across this country with the bare bones amendment here in New York State as possible, really focusing on only those things where you're statutorily obligated to change our code, and which we just did in the 5 previous actions. Those were statutory changes we adopted. This one, again, has been vetted at the national level. It's in the code. It's what's going to be used in other states. And I really think, especially the first one out of the box, technical expertise of the Department of State Division of Building Codes and Standards are advising us this is where we should go. I'm going to back that.
Thank you. Additional discussion. Seeing no additional discussion, we're going to vote on the motion to amend the main motion. Everybody understand where we are? We're going to take a vote on the motion to amend. Mark, will you call the roll?
Ron Peaster?
No.
Paul Martin?
No.
Michael Weber? Vince Rapicello? Gwen?
No.
Judith Kennedy?
No.
Barbara Rice? William Tucker?
Yes.
Joseph Sauerwein?
No.
Sean Hamlin?
No.
John Flanagan?
No.
William Tyne?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Thank you. We're back to the main motion. Let's take discussion on the main motion. Mayor Kennedy.
I still can't support the 3. That's just too big of a jump. I think it's a lot. And so I can't support that motion either. I really want to figure out how we can stay close. What is it? IECC. I want to stay close to the international code, but I think 3 is a very big jump to do all at once.
Additional discussion.
I would propose to amend, but withdraw the visual inspection component, but continue to go to 5 air exchanges per hour as an amendment.
Mr. Tyne, was that you?
It was, I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Tyne, you have introduced a motion to amend the main motion. Could you clarify what your motion is?
Yes, I heard some objection to the visual inspection component, but I haven't heard much objection to the 5 air exchanges per hour. So I would propose to amend the original motion to go to 5 air exchanges per hour, simply, as opposed to 3.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, there's been a motion to amend the main motion that's been seconded that would essentially that would modify the main motion by reducing the air exchange rate to 5 air exchanges without provision for visual inspections. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. I'll rule that in order. We have a motion to amend the main motion. Let's take discussion on the motion to amend. Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion to amend the main motion. Mark?
Ron Peaster?
No.
Paul Martin?
No.
Michael Weber? Vince Repicello? Keith Wen?
No.
Judith Kennedy?
Yes.
Barbara Rice?
No.
William Tucker?
Yes.
Joseph Sauerwein?
No.
Sean Hamlin?
No.
John Flanagan? William Tyne?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Back to the main motion. Discussion on the main motion. Seeing no discussion, we'll take a roll call vote on the main motion. Mark?
Ron Peaster?
Yes.
Paul Martin?
Yes.
Michael Weber? Vince Repicello? Keith Wen?
Yes.
Judith Kennedy?
I'm going to say no.
Barbara Rice? William Tucker?
No.
Joseph Sauerwein? Sean Hamlin?
Yes.
John Flanagan?
Yes.
William Tyne?
No.
Motion passes with 9 votes.
Okay, let's move on to topic number 2. Mark, could you please introduce the second topic?
This basically applies to residential structures that are regulated by the building code, as well as townhouses. The current energy conservation code contains residential air leakage provisions for multiple dwellings and apartments. These are very similar to those in the current, the 2015 IECC. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the residential code. The current Energy Conservation Code of New York State requires the building envelope air tightness for new construction be verified either by visual inspection at various stages of construction or by conducting the blower door test. And again, when the blower door test option is used, the allowable air leakage is limited to 7 air changes per hour. The 2015 IECC allows only the blower door test and eliminates the visual inspection option, and it requires the blower door test to pass an air leakage rate not to exceed 3 air changes per hour. The Code Council heard comments on this at the meeting in January, and there was alternatives offered at that time in the public comments that would allow modification of this for compartmentalized testing. The alternative offered would limit the air leakage to 0.30 cubic feet per minute per square foot of dwelling enclosure. They also heard proposals from the public that would reduce the number of dwelling units that needed to be tested if a random sampling of 7 units passed the test. The discussion on this topic is whether to favor the 2015 IECC without amending the provisions pertaining to air leakage, or to amend the 2015 IECC to allow compartmentalized testing that would limit the air leakage rate to 0.3 cubic feet per minute per square foot of dwelling unit area, and or allow the sampling protocol. The Department of State recommendation on this is to revise the IECC to allow compartmentalized air leakage testing of individual dwelling units having an air leakage rate of 0.3 cubic feet per minute per square foot of dwelling unit envelope area, and to allow a sampling protocol to permit sampling of 7 units that would allow a reduction in tests based on successful test completions.
Thank you, Mark. There is a draft motion that has been to you, and I'd like to ask if a member of the council would be willing to introduce that draft motion for the sake of beginning discussion.
I'll do it.
Mayor Kennedy?
I make a motion to proceed with the development of rulemaking documents incorporating the 2015 IECC by reference with a modification establishing provisions to allow compartmentalized testing, air leakage testing of individual dwelling units having an air leakage rate not exceeding 0.3 cubic feet per minute per square foot of dwelling unit envelope area, and to allow an air leakage sampling protocol to permit air leakage test sampling of 7 units at a time, and allowing a reduction in tests based on success for test completions.
Thank you. Would you like some water? Is there a second to the motion? Second by Mr. Flanagan. Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded. Let's take discussion on the motion.
This is Keith Wen from New York City.
Is that Mr. Wen?
Yes.
Yes,
I have a question about the compartmentalization allowance. It says here that you can do it in a building with more than 7 units, and you have to sample 7 units and go from there. Question is whether those 7 units can be on the same floor, or do they have to be on different floors?
Mark?
I believe the proposal is for a sampling of 7 units, so I think this is something that would have to be agreed upon by the code enforcement official to select 7 random units to be tested.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Additional discussion? Mr. Martin?
Based on my comments on our previous proposal, my obvious strength that we do as little amendment to the international codes as possible before I move forward with this support, which I'd like to also support the Department of State. Someone that can provide some technical advice to the council from the department. As to this modification, how closely does it get us to intent and control of black and white?
Yes, it actually comes very close. I performed kind of a random sample of a, in this case it was a house, but it could be used as a dwelling unit, and computed for a conventional home construction, with 8-foot ceilings, a couple stories in height. That's the only difference. I mean, a lot of dwelling units are not a couple stories in height, but in my example, this came very, very close to the 3 air changes per hour. Now, it would vary in other cases, depending on the building, the house configuration or the dwelling unit configuration. It could vary, but the example that I used came very, very close to that. I would also add that this test, this blower door test for dwelling units would measure the air leakage not only to the exterior but also to the adjacent dwelling unit that could be to the side, above, or below the dwelling unit. So you're also measuring air leakage to other dwelling units in this case, which from a firefighting perspective is might be beneficial to limit the flow of air.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Additional discussion, Mr. Hamlin?
I also have a similar question, Mr. Martin. So the way it's expressed as a 0.3, that was based upon a test that the Department of State did against the 3 hours in order to come up with that equation?
No, we didn't come up with this equation. This was a proposal from a speaker, Sean Maxwell of the Winter Associates. This is their proposal. We looked at it, we liked it, and I used that number for the example that I tested it against for means of comparison. But we did not come up with a number. This is actually not our original proposal, but it is our recommendation to accept it.
Answer your question? Thank you. Additional discussion, Mr. Sauerwein?
Change in methodology from 3 air changes per hour to 0.3 cubic feet per minute per square foot of envelope. Bear with me. You want to talk fire flows, I'll bore you to tears. But this is very complex for me. That change in technology from air changes per hour to some fraction of cubic feet based on... And Mr. Blanqui, I believe you said they're pretty close to being the same. If we make this change, how does that fit in with the remainder of the IECC? Are we going to create some kind of a conflict in there? Because one place we're talking about air changes and another place we're talking about the cubic feet per minute per square foot of building envelope. Now, I don't want to fix one thing and break another one. I concur with the sampling test protocol. I concur with that. I just don't want to have an unintended consequence.
Yep, we did look at that. We don't see any conflict in the IACC. This is a kind of a standalone provision that doesn't drift into other parts of the IACC where it could be an issue. This is just measuring for air leakage, and then when you're done, you're done. It doesn't conflict with anything else from what we could find.
Additional discussion.
Yes.
Mayor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Sauerwein, because I looked at this and I went, is that just saying the same thing with the different words? And now I understand that's not true. So is there a connection between compartmentalizing the unit to test with this particular measurement, or what was the reason for changing the measurement in the first place?
If you stay with the IECC, you'd have to test the entire building at one time.
Right. Okay.
So allowing the sampling protocol, you really have to have a different measurement, and I think that's basically what that's all about.
They are connected then. Okay. That's what I wanted to understand.
That answers your question?
Yes.
Okay. Additional discussion. Seeing no additional discussion, we have a motion seconded. We're going to take a roll call vote on the motion. Mark, will you call the roll?
Ron Peaster,
Yes.
Paul Martin,
Yes.
Michael Weber, Vince Repicello, Keith Wen,
Yes.
Judith Kennedy,
Yes.
Barbara Rice, William Tucker,
Yes.
Joseph Sauerwein, Sean Hamlin, John Flanagan, William Tyne.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We now have a third action that we would present to the Code Council with respect to 6A. And Mark, I'm going to ask if you can explain to the members of the council what this draft motion that we have prepared represents, and then we'll proceed from there.
The meeting of the Code Council in August of 2014, the direction given by the Code Council is to move forward with adopting the 2015 codes published by the International Code Council. The Code Council also encouraged reducing the number of amendments to the 2015 I-codes and to limit them only to requirements that are necessary to meet statutory requirements, additional amendments that were necessary because of any unique conditions that are prevalent in New York State, and some additional requirements that was simply beneficial for New York State. In response to the Code Council, staff at the Division of Building Standards and Codes prepared a memo to the Code Council that provided a disposition of all the existing amendments that we have in the Energy Code, in this case the Energy Code, but the memo dealt with also the Uniform Code. And we listed all those amendments that based on the direction of the Code Council, our recommendation is to keep those certain amendments, and that memo also listed those amendments that, based on the direction of the Code Council, we're recommending to delete. on this two-page document that you have, this is a very, very abbreviated list of those topics on the those provisions in the Energy Code that we were proposing to keep. The memo in November had a greater description of these, but I just wanted to keep it brief, so I just itemized them. So what we're looking for here is basically confirmation from the Code Council that the Code Council is in agreement with staff's proposal to keep these amendments. We presume that because none of these other topics were raised as being critical topics for further discussion, but we're looking for direction from the Code Council that basically endorses our recommendation on this.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for Mark on what he just described to you?
So just,
Mayor Kennedy?
just to be clear, we're talking about the list on the back here of all of these.
That's correct. In this case, there are 8 items.
Right. 1 through 8.
Again, these are essentially items that were previously presented to you. We're looking for a reconfirmation on these items so that at each step of the way as we proceed with the development of these rulemaking documents, we make sure that we're all looking at this rulemaking initiative from the same perspective. Okay. Associated with this, there is a draft motion. If there is a member of the council willing to introduce that draft motion, then we'll begin discussion. Mr. Sauerwein.
I move that we proceed with the development of rulemaking documents incorporating the 2015 International Energy Conservation Code by reference, with modifications establishing provisions to maintain amendments recommended by staff of the Division of Building Codes and Standards in their memo to the Code Council dated November 12 of 2014.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Mr. Flanagan. We'll take discussion on the motion. Mr. Martin.
I'm going to be voting in favor of this motion. I believe that the division did an ample job in its November 12th memo to the council on these specific 8 modifications to the model code, the model IECC, explaining the justification rationale as to why we should deviate on these particular topics. So I was satisfied based on that November.
Thank you. Additional discussion. Mayor Kennedy.
Just for my education, can you remind me what the modification is concerning pool covers? What does the international code say, and what do we use it for?
Just give you a moment.
I'm not.
There's about 200 of these. I don't know every one exactly.
It's more a matter of curiosity. Somebody will ask me, and I just wanted to answer.
What I can see here is that this is a requirement for pools to be heated to more than 90 degrees shall have a pool cover with a minimum insulation value of R12.
That's what the international code says, or that's what we say?
That's what we say. The note I have here is that the International Code, 2015 International Code, is less restrictive than what we have right now for pool cover requirement. And that, again, our current code requires an R of 12.
Does that answer the question?
Yep.
Additional discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on the motion. We're going to just take a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 6B, conceptual approval. Essentially, what we are asking for from the council is just a reaffirmation to proceed with the development of rulemaking documents based upon the directives you've given to us up to this point, which includes adopting the 2015 IECC and 2015 provisions of the IRC related to energy, and the directives that you've given us on these individual topics, and this last motion, which is all of the general list that we've gone through previously and just got we just received reaffirmation of. Essentially, this is our cleanup motion. We want to make sure that everyone is comfortable, because we, as far as we're concerned at this point at the Department of State, we have all the direction that we need to put these rulemaking documents together in preparation for updating the IEC, updating the state energy code. That's essentially what we're trying to get today. So, Mark, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, I want to allow any additional discussion that the council wants to add at this time, and then once we've gone through that discussion, I'm going to ask for a motion, action on the conceptual approval. Okay, so let's go into discussion. Mayor
Yes.
Kennedy.
I seem to be asking all the questions. So just help me understand where the 6 items that's on 6A that were listed as on this agenda, do they fit in? We've talked about all those items in previous discussions. Are those items actually decided on? Are they going in this conceptual approval? Are these still outstanding? What do these have to do with this?
You're talking about this list here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a list that was made available to members of the audience.
Yes.
That's a list I put together at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. It's incorrect, okay? The items of 6A are the items we're going to be discussing related to the Uniform Code.
Right.
I was supposed to put the Energy Code items first. I was supposed to put the Uniform Code items second. I didn't do that. So this, if you see 7A at the bottom, that's supposed to be 6A.
We just finished. Oh, okay. So these 6 items are not part of this conceptual approval. In other words.
That's correct. They will be part of the Uniform Code agenda item.
Okay. I just
With my apologies for the confusion.
I need to get my head. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Additional discussion on the conceptual approval for the Energy Code update. Okay. Anyone want to attempt a motion? Mr. Sourwine, brave soul.
I move we do it.
I like that one.
But I would suppose that council would suggest I had to be a little bit more specific than that. So, let me give it a whirl. I would move that we approve the concepts relative to the energy code update for 2015 as previously discussed.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Flanagan. Let's take discussion on that motion. Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Sourwine. That concludes agenda item number 6. 15-minute break, and then we'll go back on the record and we'll continue with agenda item number 7. 15 minutes.
Everybody uses the graphic in motion. You
know what?
It is a tough one. But
The other thing you can do,
you just regulate to death. And the minute somebody has a catastrophe, oh, we got to make a rule.
contact information, you can include everything to Janet, and she can. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Homeowners should have the right to make their own decisions.
Going to go through individual votes on all of these.
Rid of the definition of the basic.
There's a specific list of items on this part of the agenda.
I don't have it. There is, but I don't have it.
Buffalo, New York City, please, if you will, take your seats. Just a minute.
Really get a response.
How do you get that word to go? How do you get that viewer word to go? I just click on it.
Upstairs.
I click on document.
Oh, what's council? I can't think of her name now.
This is like, it was many, many pages, and it was near the bottom of the document.
Her picture in the building, she was on a member of the council. She was oh, I can't name.
That's the one I didn't get, right?
Right, no, they're simple.
Sounds like a full day.
Yeah.
2-hour drive. My phone keeps ringing. I'm sending text messages back, but it's one of the guys in the office keeps calling. I keep sending texts back. I can't talk. So now we get the recess and go make the call. No answer. Oh, for crying out loud! You would call me every 3 minutes. What do you answer your friggin' phone?
All right, we're going to get started again.
Nice meeting you,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're on agenda item number 7, Uniform Code 2015 update. As we proceeded with agenda item 6, we're going to first individual topics in agenda item number 7A, and then we'll be seeking a conceptual approval on those actions. Mark, will you introduce the first of the technical topics?
The first one, the plumbing fixture maximum flow rate. Both the Residential Code of New York State and the Plumbing Code of New York State limit the maximum water flow rates of certain fixed plumbing fixtures. These are identical to those that are already in the 2015 IRC and International Plumbing Code. The Natural Resources Defense Council has proposed an amendment that would further reduce plumbing water flow rates, or these maximum water flow rates, to standards are established by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's WaterSense standards. The Natural Resources Defense Council made this a proposal to the International Code Council to amend the 2012 International Residential Code and the 2012 International Plumbing Code, but they failed to be adopted at that time. Staff in the Division of Codes recently made code change proposals to the ICC to reduce the maximum water flow rates similar to those proposed by the Natural Resources Defense Council. These proposals were rejected by the ICC subcommittees at the recent hearings last month in April. The discussion on this topic is to whether to favor the adoption of the 2015 IRC and the IPC without amending the provisions concerning the maximum water flow rate of plumbing fixtures, or to amend the provisions to include all or part of the proposal by the Natural Resources Defense Council. Although the Department of State, well, one second. Department of State recommendation on this is to adopt the International Plumbing Code and International Residential Code without modifying the provisions on maximum water flow rates. And just briefly, one of the reasons we don't support this is, well, we do support it at the ICC level, and again, this is somewhat influenced by the direction of the Code Council to adopt the ICC codes as much and as directly as possible without lots of amendments. So we will continue to get this into the international or the future International Plumbing Code and International Residential Code, but it did not make it in this cycle, and therefore our recommendation is to proceed without amending that.
Thank you, Mark. For the purpose of beginning discussion on this item, we offer a draft motion as part of your package. There's a member of the council who would be willing to enter the draft motion. Mr. Flanagan?
I would motion proceed with development of rulemaking documents incorporating the 15 ICC without a modification related to maximum water flow rates of fixtures.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Mr. Flanagan, seconded by Mayor Kennedy. Take discussion on the motion. Being no discussion, we are going to take a roll call vote on the motion. Mark, will you call the roll?
Ron Peaster?
Yes.
Paul Martin?
Yes.
Michael Weber? Vince Repicello? Keith Wen?
Yes.
Judith Kennedy?
Yes.
Barbara Rice?
Yes.
William Tucker?
Yes.
Joseph Sauerwein? Sean Hamlin?
Yes.
John Flanagan?
Yes.
Bill Tyne?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Technical topic number 2, Mark?
This is regarding sawn lumber grading practices and identification. The International Building Code and the Building Code of New York State require that structural sawn lumber be identified by a grade mark of an independent lumber grading inspection agency. However, the Building Code of New York State has an amendment that has, with an exception, that allows the lumber to be graded by a sawmill under certain conditions. Very briefly, these conditions are that they sell it to the ultimate consumer, that they grade the lumber and certify the lumber themselves at a grade no more than a number 2 of the species that's identified. But the use of the lumber is limited to certain buildings of certain size, basically not more than 3 stories in height and not more than 10,000 square feet in area, and that this would have to be approved by the authority having jurisdiction. Staff recommend, the Department of State recommendation on this is to maintain the existing provisions in the Building Code of New York State and the Residential Code of New York State that allow sawmills to certify rough-cut lumber that is processed by the sawmill.
Thank you, Mark. You have the department's recommendation. Associated with that is a draft motion. Is there a member of the council that would be interested in entering the draft motion? Mr. Hamlin?
Proceed with the development of rulemaking documents incorporating the 2015 IDP and IRC by reference with a modification establishing provisions on sawn lumber grading requirements equal to those that exist in 2010 BC-NYS and the RCNYF.
Motion by Mr. Hamlin. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Rice. Let's take discussion on the motion. Mayor Kennedy?
I don't know that, that there's a discussion, except that I strongly support this current code that we have in terms of supporting small lumber yards, supporting homeowners that want to buy that directly from the lumber yard. I think this is a very good choice.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Support of this particular motion again, while we are maybe deviating from the finite language contained in the ICC documents, I think we're certainly doing so in a way that does not lower the standard in New York or in any way. I think we recognize our sawmills here and yet still provide for the public safety.
Thank you. Mr. Flanagan?
I'd like to follow up on Mr. Vaughn.
Please speak into the mic if you would, so
My own
folks can hear
community,
you.
we don't have any sawmills, but just to our west, out in the mountain area, out there are many, many sawmills out there, and I tell you, some of those homes out there built, boy, it's something that you like to see and go out there. And many of them have been doing it for years and years. They're all built.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Seeing no additional discussion, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion.
Ron Peaster,
Yes.
Paul Martin,
Yes.
Michael Weber, Vince Ravicello, Keith Wen,
Yes.
Judith Kennedy,
Yes.
Barbara Rice, William Tucker,
Yes.
Joseph Sauerwein, Sean Hamlin,
Yes.
John Flanagan,
Yes.
Bill Tyne.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Technical topic number 3. Mark?
This is regarding accessible dwelling units of type A versus type B dwelling units. The International Building Code classifies dwelling units and sleeping units as accessible, type A, or type B, accessible being the most restrictive, type B being restrictive. The IBC requires 2% of apartment dwelling units to be of a type A accessibility. The Building Code of the state, however, has an amendment that's been in effect since 2003 that does not require 2% of dwelling units to be of type A construction, but instead requires all dwelling units to be of type B construction with a modified version, which is kind of a hybrid between a type A and a type B. That enhancement is basically an enhanced clear width requirement for the primary entrance to the dwelling unit and most doors, with maneuvering clearances in front of doors, and it also enhances the requirement for at least one bathroom in the dwelling unit, and essentially requires that one bathroom to be equivalent to what would be required for a Type A dwelling unit. Department of State recommendation on this is to maintain the existing provisions in the Building Code of New York State that require enhanced accessibility.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I'm going to ask if Buffalo and New York City, if you can put your microphones on mute. We're getting a lot of background noise, and so if you want to be recognized, just let us know. But until then, if you can keep on mute, that will be helpful. Thank you. Okay, with the recommendation, staff has presented a draft motion for your consideration. I would entertain a motion at this time for the sake of beginning discussion. Mr. Sauerwein?
I would move that we proceed with the development of rule-making documents incorporating the 2015 IBC by reference with the modification, establishing provisions to maintain accessible dwelling unit requirements equal to those that exist in the 2010 Building Code of New York State.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Sauerwein. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Flanagan. Let's take discussion on the motion. Mr. Sauerwein?
I concur with Mr. Morton's earlier comments that we should try to stick with the IRC, IBC, and with the I code as much as possible, and to minimize the number of New York State modifications. However, we also heard some months ago from many citizens who are well served by what New York State has done as far as accessible dwelling units. And I think this is one of those situations that is deserving for us to make a modification. Apparently, New York State is one of the leaders in accessible building, and I think we should maintain that. Let's not further burden our citizens who already have an uphill battle. Let's keep them on a level playing field.
Thank you. Additional discussion. Mr. Martin?
Yes. I'd just like to say, New York is a leader in this area and demonstrated its leadership just several weeks ago in Memphis at code development hearings where New York advanced a proposal to change and modify the I codes at the national level for the 2018 edition. Again, demonstrating our knowledge, our leadership in this area. Unfortunately, that modification did not pass at the hearings in Memphis, but again, I think it was a testament to the state and what we're doing here.
Thank you. Additional discussion. Seeing no additional discussion, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion. Mark?
Ron Peaster?
Yes.
Paul Martin?
Yes.
Michael Weber? Vince Repicello? Keith Wen?
Yes.
Yes.
Judith Kennedy?
Yes.
Barbara Rice?
Yes.
William Tucker?
Yes.
Yes.
Joseph Sauerwein? Yes. Sean Hamlin?
Yes.
John Flanagan? Yes. Bill Tyne?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Fourth technical topic. Mark, will you please introduce it?
This pertains to accessible parking spaces. The Building Code of New York State requires the access aisle to accessible parking to have a minimum width of 8 feet. It also requires signage in front of the access aisle that says no parking anytime. The International Building Code has similar requirements for accessible parking, in that they do require access aisles, but they require 5 feet width for car spaces and 8 feet width for van spaces. But the IBC only requires 1 out of 6 spaces to be van accessible. So basically 1 out of 6 parking spaces would have to have the 8-foot access aisle requirement. And the IBC does not have any requirements for no parking signs in front of the aisle space. This discussion is whether to update to the 2015 Uniform IBC, or to amend the IBC provisions regarding parking access aisles to be a minimum width of 8 feet for all access aisles, and whether to have the no parking signage. Department of State recommendation is to maintain the existing provisions in the Building Code of New York State that require access aisles to be accessible parking spaces to be a minimum of 8 feet in width, and requiring a no parking anytime sign.
Thank you, Mark. With the recommendation as a draft motion, for the sake of beginning discussion, is there a motion? Mr. Sauerwein?
I think Mr. Martin raised his hand just before
Oh,
I did.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martin.
I'll make a motion we proceed with the development of rulemaking documents incorporating the 2015 International Building Code by reference, with a modification establishing provisions to maintain aisle requirements for accessible parking spaces equal to those that exist in the 2010 Building Code of New York State.
Motion by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? By Mr. Flanagan. Let's take discussion on the motion. Mayor Kennedy?
Excuse me. Having lived in several other states and actually been disabled myself a couple of times around, in fact in a wheelchair, I actually would say that the ICC code works, because I've had to get in and out. I didn't need that extra space. I was able to get around, and I was able to find the parking spaces that I needed, and their codes were more aligned with the current the codes in the international code. So I'm not sure we really need the modifications. I'm just saying I think we could accept them the way they are.
Thank you. Additional discussion?
Bill Tyne in Buffalo.
Mr. Tyne?
I would tend to agree with the mayor, and I think that one of the things about the wider spaces, I'm very sympathetic to the plight of those people that are disadvantaged, and so maneuverability and all of those things are not issues to be taken lightly. But if it is demonstrable that it is not an encumbrance, that you can still function with the smaller geometry, then requiring the additional space means additional blacktop, additional pavement. It is contrary to all the efforts for green energy. It increases heat islands. It increases the amount of stormwater runoff and impervious surfaces. It has a number of issues that would be contrary and in conflict with other objectives. So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
This is Keith Wen from New York City. Hello?
Hello? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I was just conferring. Did someone want to be recognized?
Yes, this is Keith Wen from New York City.
Mr. Wen, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the comment from the mayor, I would like to ask Mark to clarify, when you say 5 feet access aisle in the ICC code, are we talking about the parking space itself must be 11 feet wide and the access aisle is 5 feet, so in combination it's 16 feet total? Whereas in New York State, is it that the parking width is 8 feet and you have an 8 feet aisle and in total is also 16 feet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nguyen, I don't have that information in front of me. I'm not sure what the minimum width of the parking space has to be. I thought it was 9 feet, but I could be wrong. I do know that the issue here is the access aisle, and that is an 8-foot requirement.
Okay. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I have a feeling that the reason why Ms. Mayer is feeling okay with the parking in other municipalities might be because the total width is 16 feet. But it's just that they are giving the width more to the parking than the access aisle. But your car or your vehicle, the width does not change. So you might just feel as comfortable leaving or getting into your car in those municipalities as you would in New York State.
Thank you. Additional discussion?
Well, I have to say I didn't get out and measure the width of the parking space, so at the time I couldn't actually validate that one way or another.
I would not imagine you did.
Any other discussion from the council on this technical topic?
Could we hold on this till we get clarification on the other dimensional requirements? Yes, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Could you restate that, please?
Is it possible to table this until we can get more information on the full dimensional requirements?
Mr. Tyne, we could attempt to get that information. We're going to have to go back to our office, but we could certainly attempt to get that. And in light of that, I would be willing to entertain a motion to table this until after we are going to break for lunch until after lunch. If that would be helpful.
I think it would. I'd prefer to table it because what I wouldn't want to do would be to reduce that aisle and then not have the corresponding dimensions so that people would be encumbered with this. And I don't think that's the desired outcome here. The desired outcome is to make sure people are accommodated, but that if there's no need for it, that we shouldn't go down this road. If it is just simply a matter of allocation of whether it's a stripe or a space, for aisle or the actual space itself, then and it's a wash, then we should know that.
Okay, and would that motion to be to table until after we've completed our lunch? I think that was a yes. Do we have a second on the motion to table? We have a second on the motion to table. Motion to table is not debatable. We'll take a voice vote on the motion to table. All those in favor of the motion to table signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Number 4 is tabled until after lunch. Mr. Martin?
Yes, thank you. Can I ask that when staff does its analysis during lunch that they try to help us understand the reference that was provided to us in some of the background documents regarding the New York State vehicle and traffic law requirements, because I think that's an important issue for us to understand the relationship between where we're trying to go with the code and our V&T.
Okay. Can you do that?
I can answer. Shall I answer now or wait?
No.
Okay.
Motion. The issue is tabled until after lunch, but we will provide that analysis. Thank you. Okay. Moving on. Item number 5, stair geometry. Mark?
The current residential code of New York State limits the maximum riser height of stairs to 8 1/4 inches as compared to 7 3/4 inches in the 2015 IRC. And the current residential code of New York State requires the minimum depth of treads to be 9 inches versus 10 inches in the IRC. These differences, they might appear to be minor, but over the length of a stair, it would have an effect of lengthening the run of a stair in a conventional home, or any home, but would be more problematic for a conventional home by about 2 feet, or in lieu of that, might require an intermediate landing to get to the next level. This has been a special concern for modular homes where the widths are limited for transportation on highways. The discussion on this topic is whether to favor adoption of the 2015 IRC without amending the provisions concerning stair geometry, or to amend these provisions to be in accordance with the current residential code of New York State. Department of State recommendation on this is to maintain the existing provisions in the residential code of New York State that allows the maximum height of stair risers to be 8¼ inches and the minimum tread depth to be 9 inches.
Thank you, Mark. Along with the recommendation is a draft motion. Is there a motion to be placed before the council? Mr. Hamlin?
Proceed with the development of rulemaking documents incorporating the 2015 IRC by reference with a modification establishing provisions to maintain the riser and tread dimensional requirements for stairs equal to those that exist in the 2010 RCNYS.
Motion by Mr. Hamlin. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mayor Kennedy. Discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion on the motion, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion. Mark?
Ron Peaster,
Yes.
Paul Martin,
Yes.
Michael Weber, Vince Repicello, Keith Wen,
Yes.
Judith Kennedy,
Yes.
Barbara Rice, William Tucker,
Yes.
Joseph Sarwine,
Yes.
Sean Hamlin, John Flanagan,
Yes.
Bill Tyne.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. It is now 12 o'clock. We have one issue that has been tabled, and in addition to that, we have our final issue, number 6, residential sprinklers. We're going to take a 30-minute recess for lunch. We'll go back on the record at 12:30.
Oh, good, because I got 3 weeks. log on out here? Oh dear, I forgot how many miles I traveled here.
She said that if the address is correct on the front, they'll just calculate it for you doing like
Oh, okay.
Google Maps or something like that.
Yeah, that works. I'm trying to calculate it and I can't.
Yes.
Oh, this thing will.
That'll do it.
Thing might do it. My phone is almost dead. All right, it's alive. All right.
New York City, Buffalo, we're going to get going as soon as we can get folks back at the table so we can continue discussion. Thank you.
$90.5. Look at that.
New York, is Keith Wen around?
No, he's not back in the room yet.
Okay, thank you.
So how many miles is it down from your place? $163, did you say? Oh my.
Not so bad when you have snow on going out. And I can tell you it was a beautiful drive yesterday.
Oh wow. So what, about 2.5 hours?
Yeah, 2.5 to 3 hours. You know, depending on traffic and things like that.
Too early.
It's too early.
I think we've got everybody but Keith.
Being late or it was just stressful.
You're okay with it? Let's give it. Mark, you ready to go? No. I should throw this.
I don't, oh, it's, no, they were, I didn't see a remarkable decrease in attendance at the hearings. Yet, at least. We'll see what happens, you know. Be another whole
I think we're
cycle,
mostly
I think,
here.
before we get a true feel for the
Keith Wen.
impact of CDP access.
Ketchup?
Are we ready to go back on?
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to go. Ready, Mark? Okay, members of the council, we're back in session. I'm going to ask to begin the meeting. I'm going to ask for a motion to remove item number 4, accessible parking spaces, from the table. Is there a motion? Okay.
So moved.
Let's take a voice vote on the motion to remove from the table. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, the accessible parking space issue is off the table. Before we broke for lunch, there were some questions asking for technical clarification, and I'm going to ask Mark. Part of it was a clarification on the vehicle and traffic law. Mark, could you please give us a clarification on the vehicle and traffic law, and then other staff who will talk about some of the other issues.
I did look up the vehicle traffic law, mainly in response to one of the comments that were made at the January meeting. And what I read and found out is that in the vehicle traffic law, it does require 8-foot access aisles, and it also requires signage that says no parking any time in front of the access aisle. However, this provision, the vehicle traffic law, my reading is that it applies to shopping centers or parking lots that serve at least 5 separate retail stores and where at least 25 parking spaces are provided. It does not appear to apply to any other parking lots, such as apartment buildings or businesses, and so forth. So that, again, that's my interpretation of what I read. And we have Dan Nichols here, who's got additional information with regard to the access aisle width, the parking spot width, and the overall width that is in the reference standard at the ICC A117.1.
Yes, Dan Nichols, Division of Building Standards. The current 2015 International Building Code, which you're considering, references the latest edition of A117. For van accessible parking spots, it requires that a van parking spot with the accessory or aligned aisle is a total of 16 foot in width. Allows for the aisleway to diminish to a minimum of 5 feet, and the remainder of that 16 foot has to be placed in the parking spot itself. So you could have an 11-foot parking spot with a 5-foot aisle, or you can have an 8-foot parking spot with an 8-foot aisle. So I think as Mr. Wen correctly identified before, the total width between the New York State current requirements and the current I-code requirements is identical at 16-foot total. The only difference in the current 2015 IBC referencing the ANSI A117 standard is that the aisle is allowed to be anywhere between 5-foot and 8-foot width.
Okay, with that clarification, I just want to make sure that the council has gotten all of the information that it needs to proceed with discussion. Are there any other questions that the council would like to ask either Mark or Dan before we proceed with discussion?
Yes, Keith Wen from New York City.
Yes, Mr. Wen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mark, does that mean if we adopt the IBC allowance of having 5-foot access aisle, there might be some issues with shopping malls, the rule that requires 8-foot access aisle and the no parking sign?
No, this would be consistent of what I'm reading in the vehicle traffic law, which requires the access aisle to be 8 feet and requires no parking sign.
So what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if we adopt the IBC allowance of 5-foot aisle and 11-foot parking width, there might be some conflicts with the New York vehicle traffic law that requires 8-foot access aisle.
Okay, yes, that would, if we did adopt the IBC without any modifications, we would likely be in conflict with the vehicle traffic law for certain parking lots. That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Just on that issue on the DMP, characterizing as a conflict, is that the right way to characterize it, or that we would have the IBC or the Building Code of New York requirements contained in the 2015 code, and then there would be a more restrictive criteria for specific shopping malls contained in the DMP, where it's not necessarily a conflict. Shopping centers have to comply with the law, but that we would have these 8-foot aisles or these 16-foot wide spaces in all other types of occupancy.
I'm just saying that my remarks is that the standard would be in conflict, but you are correct. I believe that the vehicle traffic law would simply supersede in this case, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Kennedy.
So I completely understand. So the international code, as somebody pointed out, requires a total of 16 feet. And our code also requires a total of 16 feet, just divided up differently. And so the traffic laws here in the state would take precedence on how you would divide up that 16 feet. Does the ICC also ask for the signs?
No, it doesn't.
Not even in big parking lots?
No.
Now, am I thinking about the right sign, the sign that's at the back of the handicap?
No. My answer is with regard to the access space, not in front of the parking space, but the access space that says no parking anytime.
Does that answer your question, Mayor Kennedy? Mr. Sauerwein.
We're spending a lot of time on this. I'm not saying that we should, but we should. We're not talking about a huge expenditure of money. We're talking about more paint and some. I think for clarity and for uniformity, uniform code, we should adopt the draft motion to keep us in line with the vehicle and traffic law. And it's one of those little inconsistencies between the ICC and the uniform code. I think it would be better to adopt this modification.
Thank you. Additional discussion.
Bill Tyne in Buffalo.
Mr. Tyne?
I tend to agree about spending too much time on this. It's not something that I think people should lose a ton of sleep over. But I do think the idea that the minimum goes to 5 instead of 8, adding more flexibility is maybe a good thing. And I say that because the overall dimension remains the same. It's 16 feet. And at some point, I think maybe the New York vehicle and traffic law should be brought into compliance with ICC. And the reason I say that is because I can see a situation where if the aisle is striped, if someone were to elect to stripe it at the 5-foot minimum, there might be less inclination on the part of a driver to park in an aisle that's striped but is still 8 feet across. And you might succeed at keeping people who are breaking the law anyway. Maybe it doesn't matter. They're going to break the law. They're going to break the law. But there's less desire to even try to squeeze in there if it's only 5 feet wide. The alternative, of course, is that you put so much space at 11 feet against the parking element that if people don't park well, they're not in the aisle, but they've used up the space for wheelchair mobility by leaving it on the other side of the vehicle where it really doesn't belong, and people park more sloppy. But if it's a handicap accessible space to begin with, you would expect the people that are parking to be sensitive to that and to leave as much space as possible for maneuverability with the wheelchair, and that would help keep people from parking there. And it doesn't have any real cost because it's a minimum, so if people are already striped at 8, they don't have to restripe their parking lot. I can see why it would be potentially beneficial to go with the ICC code without modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Seeing no additional discussion, we're going to take
Keith
a
Wen
vote.
from New York City. I'm sorry, New York City.
Mr.
When
Wen?
you say, yes, thank you. When you say without modification, I think you probably meant with the modification to include no parking at the aisle, correct?
Yes, no parking on the aisle, correct.
So we need to maintain that modification if we want to go this route.
Oh, the sign you mean? Yeah, yep.
Any other final discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion that was tabled, is now off the table. I'm going to restate the motion, since that was the last time we heard it was before lunch, and then we will take a roll call vote. The motion before you: proceed with the development of rulemaking documents incorporating the 2015 IBC by reference with a modification establishing provisions to maintain access aisle requirements for accessible parking spaces equal to those that exist in the 2010 Building Code of New York State. That's the motion. It's been seconded. We are now going to take a roll call vote. Mark, please call the roll.
Ron Peaster,
Yes.
Paul Martin,
Yes.
Michael Weber, Vince Repicello, Keith Wen,
Yes.
Judith Kennedy,
Yes.
Barbara Rice,
Yes.
William Tucker,
Yes.
Joseph Sauerwein, Sean Hamlin, John Flanagan, and Bill Tyne.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The last technical topic for the Uniform Code, residential sprinkler systems. Mark, will you introduce the item, please?
The current residential code of New York State requires automatic fire sprinklers in 1- and 2-family dwellings and townhouses having a height of 3 stories above grade. 2015 International Residential Code requires that an automatic residential sprinkler system be installed in all 1- and 2-family dwellings and townhouses, regardless of height. This topic has resulted in passionate comments from proponents who believe sprinkler systems are necessary for residential fire safety, and opponents who believe that the additional cost of sprinkler systems will stifle the recovery of the residential building industry. Discussion on this topic is whether to favor adoption of the 2015 IRC without amending the provisions that would require an automatic residential sprinkler system in all 1- and 2-family dwellings and townhouses, or to amend these provisions to be in accordance with the current residential code of New York State, and only require a sprinkler system in 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses having a height of 3 stories above grade. The Department of State recommendation is to maintain the existing provisions of the residential code of New York State that only requires a residential sprinkler system in homes having a height of 3 stories above grade.
Okay, we have a recommendation from the Department of State. Is there a motion? Mr. Weber?
Development rulemaking document incorporated by reference to the modification.
We can't hear it. Buffalo can't hear you.
Until sprinkler systems in buildings 3 stories.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Weber. Is there a second to the motion?
Was that motion to leave keep the code in conformance with the current New York State code?
Mr. Weber, I'm going to ask if you will restate the motion a little bit closer to the microphone. We're going to restate the motion for you,
Thank you.
Mr. Tyne.
The motion is to proceed with the development of rulemaking documents incorporating the 2015 IRC by reference with a modification establishing provisions to maintain the requirement for residential sprinkler systems in buildings 3 stories in height.
We have a motion. Did everybody hear that? Buffalo, New York?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Tyne. Let's take discussion on the motion.
So I need to understand.
Mayor Kennedy?
Excuse me, I need to recognize. So the motion is that the modification is just in buildings 3 stories high, or it's in all single-family dwellings, 1 and 2 family dwellings? Which?
The motion applies to 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses 3 stories in height. All buildings that are regulated under the International Residential Code.
To require sprinkler systems. So I've been looking at all this data, and if we were to take a statistical look at it, well, I've been told by one person already, they had a new building, it burned down, and in fact a small child was killed in the building. But statistically, that isn't where the fire comes from. The fire comes from old buildings. Cost added to that by putting these sprinklers in it adds cost building, drives up more issues for, not to mention this issue of freezing. 69 sprinkler systems freezing in the winter, causing all kinds of damage to homes. The maintenance issue for the homeowner, that stuff has to be tested all the time. The failure rates are also another thing. So it isn't just to install these things. It's now I've got to maintain it, and I've got to go through that whole thing every year. Yes, maybe in this instance that I was just told, if they'd had a sprinkler, perhaps that child had been saved. Add that against aggravation and the cost to homeowners that have to put these things in and maintain them over the life of this house. I don't see this any.
I want to make sure that everyone understands what the motion would essentially cover.
My understanding of the motion is that the sprinkler system would be required, just the way it is in our current residential code of New York State, when a home is 3 stories above grade. That the motion would not require it in 1-story homes or 2-story homes.
I thought it was 1 and 2 family homes and townhouses over 3 stories. I didn't understand that.
Does everyone clear on the scope of what the motion would cover. Okay. Let's continue discussion. Mr. Sauerwein.
This has been the subject. This has been the subject of some great amount of passionate discussion on both sides of the issue, as well it should be. Mayor Kennedy, regarding your comments on maintenance of the system, I have a residential sprinkler in my home. I've had it for 12 years, and this is the maintenance that's required. I make one phone call to the central station, which not everybody does, and say I'm going to test the system. I go to the test valve at the end of the system. I open it up. The bells ring. The water flows. I turn off the valve. I make the second phone call. That's it. That is the maintenance of that system. Many of the issues, and I have a 5-page discussion guide here, which I am not going to go into at this point, that discusses many of these issues. And there's a lot of misinformation out there. But I am many things in this life. Mostly I'm a realist. I know there's an expense involved. And I know New York State, as is most of the country, is just starting to recover from our fiscal crisis. Not only in government, but also in the average homeowner and the average citizen. I also know, again, I'm that realist, something on the order of 3,000 people die in this country every year. Almost 2,500 of them in their homes. Again, Mr. Realist here. I know no matter what we do, we are never going to save all of those people. We have an opportunity to save a bunch. And again, as I said, I'm sensitive to the cost issue. And I know it's going to be a very contentious discussion that we're going to have today. But I would also say, let us not throw out the baby with the bathwater. Maybe we have to have a common ground, middle ground, or a compromise. Maybe we should include townhouses as being sprinklered, because in many cases, sprinklers are cheaper than gypsum. So the separation requirements in townhomes become lesser, and the builder, or the developer, or the owner spends less money putting in a sprinkler system than all the gypsum.
We're having trouble hearing you. Can we make sure everyone is on mute?
Let us also address some of the larger homes. Perhaps we could set a threshold that 1s and 2s that are not 3 stories, but exceed a certain amount. How about 4,500 square feet or 4,000 square feet? Something along those lines. Certainly, a provision like that is going to be a benefit to affordable homes, manufactured homes, because I hardly think there's very many affordable homes that start at 4,000 square feet or 4,500 square feet or whatever we should we could set a threshold at. Same thing for manufactured homes. So I would be very interested in exploring that particular option.
Thank you. Mayor Kennedy.
Actually, I think I could go along with what you just suggested, because it is, if you can build a 4,000 square foot house, you can afford sprinkler systems, you can afford somebody to come in and maintain them, you can do whatever. You can hire a maintenance person if you go away for the winter. So I would be open to some kind of a compromise in the middle. In fact, I think it's a good idea to have that kind of a discussion. And concerning townhouses, I actually support sprinkler systems in townhouses in general. They're shared. It's a shared building, and so in these bigger buildings like this, I do think there should be sprinkler systems in them. I'm 100% supportive of that as well. It's the 1 and 2 family smaller buildings that I struggle with as far as that as a requirement. So I'm very much open to almost as you stated it.
I have one other comment regarding fires occur in older homes. Well, we know that that's not totally true, but the new homes of tomorrow are the older homes of next year. So at some point in time, every new home becomes an old home, and that becomes part of the issue. So it's important that these larger or 3-story and more or townhomes that we construct tomorrow be equipped with the proper safeguards for human life. We need to cut this loss. We need to lose that ignominious title of having the largest number of fire deaths in the modern industrialized world.
Additional discussion?
Bill Tyne, Buffalo.
Mr. Tyne?
I think it was someone mentioned, maybe it was Mayor Kennedy a little while ago, about looking at the statistics. So we have had that statistic heard before about the number of fire deaths in New York, and that New York leads the nation in fire deaths. But digging into those statistics, we do find that the average age of a home where someone dies in a fire is a home that's built in 1935. And so on that level, the analysis boils down to the safest home is a new home. And my concern is that when people have a budget to build a house and they have choices to make, I am certainly not opposed to fire sprinklers, but I am not a fan of the mandate at all for them. I think anything that becomes a barrier to putting someone in a new home keeps them in an environment that is not the safest for them. And so that if you are looking at the situation where you say, I am about to build my dream house, and I don't care how big it is, I still have a budget to build it. And if my budget puts me to the point where I want to build that new house because I want granite countertops and a really fancy kitchen and the beautiful rooms that I want, all the trim, these are the features I want. I want that new kitchen, or I'm not going to build the house because you've decided I have to have a fire sprinkler. I will stay in the old house that is not sprinklered and just remodel my kitchen. And I think that keeps people in a less safe environment. That is what is of concern to me. I think that there has been some discussion that this is akin to as an option. It's sort of like saying seatbelts should be in a car. And I would say that that's what we talk about with smoke detectors. And as easy as it may be to maintain a sprinkler system or a smoke detector system, we can't get people to change the battery in a smoke detector. So I am concerned about this. The smoke detectors essentially are our seatbelts. You can buy a Mercedes that has a crash avoidance system, but that's not a mandate. The seatbelt is. And so I think that's the sort of situation we're at, is trying to make sure people get into new houses. I'm also concerned that we have a pretty rural state, and these costs are much higher than they are often quoted at. If you're on a well system, you have to have reservoir systems built in with supplemental pumps. Those cost at least $10,000 as an additional cost to the fire sprinkler system. You have the cost, if you don't have that and you're on public water supply, larger water taps and larger water feeds to the house. In many instances, those carry with them an additional cost. In some instances, in excess of $10,000 for the tap fee. These are not trivial numbers we're talking about. And when you're in the state of New York, where we have so many other states that we border, we have a situation where Pennsylvania has a law that does not allow a mandate. And the other states that surround us have no mandate. Only 2 in the entire nation have the mandate, Maryland and California. So it puts New York State at a competitive disadvantage. And if you're a builder building a home on the perimeter of the state, you have potentially a customer who says, I'll just build in Vermont instead of building in New York. I'll build the house in another state. And so I think we have to be very wary of some of these issues. I have no problem if people want to put a sprinkler in their house and they make that choice. By all means, do it. In fact, encourage it. The state of New York last year passed legislation that requires all builders notify homeowners that fire sprinkler systems are an available option to them and that they can choose them, and here's what they cost, and here's how they go in, and here's how they function. All of those things are important, and I think there are also technical differences between residential fire sprinkler systems and commercial fire systems. So when we talk about what a fire sprinkler system does in a commercial building, dousing a fire, I'm certainly not an expert on the fire suppression systems, but my understanding is that under the 13D requirements, those sprinkler heads do not apply water to the fire directly. They douse the walls for 10 minutes, and they try to soak the combustible structure, elements of the structure, not the furniture, not a wastebasket that's on fire, none of those specific items. So there are technical issues that make a residential system different than a commercial system, which is my understanding of it. So I would move to adopt this as was proposed by the Department of State, that we leave the system in place the way New York State has it under current code right now, and that buildings over 3 stories require the sprinkler systems. But with the others, it is still an advised choice on behalf of the prospective home customer, home builder. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I have several items I'd like to bring up in no particular order. The first, the council's heard a tremendous amount of information, costs, and I'll be very candid. I'm not going to convince my colleagues on this council whose figures they want to believe. We've come to that conclusion.
Please put yourself on mute.
On the issue of older homes versus new homes, I'm not sure when a home becomes old versus new. I'm not, in my mind, it's not a defined term. We throw it out there. We've heard it ad nauseum. We've heard that, but I don't know what old versus new is. But I can be very simple-minded and go, there are millions of homes in this country. So proportionately, there's going to be more fires in the existing stock than there's going to be in stock that's built tomorrow, just because of proportions. It's very simple. But I think it's time to draw the line. I want to just use an analogy and offer a number that will stagger you. Many of you can think in your automobile, you've got the little T-handle in the trunk to release in the event that you get entrapped in the trunk. And that was a mandate that Federal Highway Traffic Safety Administration required of the automotive manufacturers after a 10-year study resulting in 25 deaths. 25 deaths nationwide, and the federal government said, we're going to put this in every automobile, and the consumers are going to eat the cost. Okay? That same 10-year period, I've done the study, 25,000 people in this country died. That same 10-year period. When we started this morning, I was very strong in my opinion, and I stay there, And I think many of you shared it in that when we started down this path, we as a council said, we want to adopt the 2015 I codes with as minimum of modification as absolutely possible here in New York. And when we're going to make those modifications, they're going to be driven by statute that tell us we have to change it, or we have special conditions in New York that don't exist somewhere else where those codes apply. I've heard no testimony today over the last year that tells me we've got a statutory amendment or that conditions in New York are different than they are in Maryland or California or anywhere else. And certainly, I don't believe conditions exist in this state to lessen the model codes. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion. Mayor Kennedy.
You're right. There is a lot of passion here and a lot of discussion about it, and we've heard a lot of it. The international code is put out there for all the states to look at, to decide in what format they're going to adopt it, how much, so forth. I have no idea how many other states have actually adopted this particular code as designed in the international code. They're probably all doing the same thing we are, which is looking at each one and how does it fit. So at this point, that is a recommendation. I still don't see that as New York is struggling and struggling and struggling to compete all around us with other states, we're losing people at a phenomenal rate. The cost to live here is way, way above other states, except maybe Connecticut, you know, right along the seaboard. So we really have a competitive issue going on, and I just cannot see adding one more layer to that competitive problem by demanding. Again, I'm much more in the frame of mind to say, yes, if you can afford it, if you want it, it's lovely, you have it there, there's a choice. Let them make the choice in 1 and 2 family homes that are less than 3 stories. I like the suggestion of the 3 stories for sure in townhouses, because you have little control over who's next door doing what. And you also you get a very big, I liked your suggestion, Mr. Sauerwein, of building over 4,000 square feet, because it starts to sprawl and you don't know what's going on in the other end. So with those kinds of modifications, I can see being supportive. But a blanket everybody for you know, the issue of wells, the issue of a lot of things, intake pipes. So that as it stands, and I believe let me clarify, the resolution on the floor right now is the resolution to do it as the state now does it, correct? That's the
correct.
Current resolution.
That's correct. To essentially continue to require sprinkler systems in 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses 3 stories in height.
Okay. I can support that resolution, and if it's amenable to Mr. Sauerwein, I would be willing to add the and 1 and 2 family homes that are over, well, you should say single family homes over 4,000 square feet.
Additional discussion, Mr. Sauerwein.
And would you also include townhomes in there for the same reason?
Most townhomes are more, at least 3 stories, aren't they? Maybe not.
No, not necessarily, no.
But I think all townhomes should have it, so I'm good with that.
Let me understand, townhomes, all homes over all homes over 2 stories, 3 and more, and 1 or 2 family homes exceeding 4,000 square feet?
And so when you say two-family, 4,000 square feet, that means you could have 2 of them side by side that each 2,000 square feet. So I don't know where I feel about that one. I think it's
No, I would say in the case of a 2-family home, it would have to be any one family unit is over 2,000.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, is over 4,000. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a family unit, right?
This is when I get nervous. When we start writing code by committee. We've seen it at the ICC level, and I think it's a great discussion, valid issues, but I get concerned about trying to finalize the details in the context of a forum such as this. And one of the things that I will say is that these analyses, these options, have not been analyzed or presented to you with the kind of detail that we try to put in a proposal. So I just want to keep that in mind as we continue our discussion.
Bill Tyne, Buffalo.
Mr. Tyne?
I have along those lines. I'm not absolutely certain. Maybe you can help me with this, Ron. But I think that in townhouses that are less than 3 stories, there's still a requirement to change the fire rating on the common walls if the building is not sprinklered. If the building is sprinklered, you can have a lower rating on the number of hours it has to hold up. If it is unsprinklered, it has to be a longer duration for that.
Again, without the information right in front of me related to that, I don't want to try to answer a question that I don't have the information right in front of me. So I know that there are concepts such as that are covered, but I don't want to venture an answer at this point on that.
And I would say, as a custom builder, that 4,000 square feet is still a size home, at least in Western New York, where customers are still very budget conscious and they are still making choices. If there was any appetite for going down those roads, I would like, of that type of an option, I would like to see that square footage be as high as it could be. When you're trying to make the argument that this is an issue of affordability and people that can afford it, you can impose it upon them. I'm not sure 4,000 square feet is a big enough budget to get to that level. They will actually exercise that choice to continue to go no matter what. And I'm also a little concerned, I suppose, that it says, in some respect, it would say that the state of New York doesn't value the lives of people that are living in affordable housing as much as they value people that live in really expensive housing and can afford it. I think that it's really an issue of the fact that a new house is a safer home. Thank you.
Keith Wen,
Thank
New
you.
York City.
Mr. Wen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with you, Mr. Chair, about the kind of action that is taking place right now. I think Mr. Sauerwein has some great concepts there. It's just that we need to see a little more studies and details about his concept. And that way, we council members can then compare to what the original motion is and assess which way we want to vote. And so I would recommend that perhaps we look into this further. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion, Mr. Sauerwein?
I hear what everybody is saying, and I'm not smart enough to come up with this figure by myself, 4,000 square feet. Why not 5,000? Why not 3,000? I believe the state of Minnesota just adopted, or recently adopted, a provision such as this. And maybe 4,000 is not the right threshold. Maybe it's 4,500, or maybe it's 3,950, or something like that. But I think that my colleague, Mr. Wen, was right on the money. We need to have a better sense of what our options may be to consider this. And Ron, You're absolutely right. Making code on the fly usually doesn't work well.
Right.
So I think we really need to get more information on this possible different way of approaching residential sprinklers.
Mr. Hamlin?
Motion accepted. I would motion that then I would forward that we accept the motion that's currently on the table, on the floor, which is as what was read originally.
Could you restate what you're...
In light of the fact that this can go on infinitum, I would forward that we accept the motion that's currently on the floor.
Okay, so you're in support of the motion.
Let's go forward with the motion.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I would like to abstain myself.
Mr. Wen, you would like to abstain. We haven't taken a vote, but you're indicating you would want to abstain?
If the motion currently is about maintaining the New York State allowance for not sprinklered buildings that are not 3 stories or taller, then, like I indicated before, I don't think we are ready, at least for me, I'm not ready to make a judgment without assessing what Mr. Sauerwein just suggested. So I would like to abstain myself, please.
Okay. Mr. Sauerwein?
I don't want to keep this progress on getting the 2015 I-codes into place stalled. But by the same token and for the same reasons, I would have to abstain from making a vote on this issue right now too, until we have more until we have more information on the concept that I brought up.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion before we proceed with something?
So right now,
Mayor Kennedy?
So right now, we're talking about accepting what we currently have in New York.
That's the motion on the floor.
So would it be appropriate to accept that for now, because that's already in place, and then if we want to delve into this some further, because I'm guessing whatever else we would do would be more restrictive, it would take it a little further, and that could be any of these suggestions that have currently happened. Am I right in my assumption about that?
But the motion that is on the floor at this time is to limit sprinkler requirements through the International Residential Code by modifying the 2015 IRC language so that 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses 3 stories in height would be sprinklered. That's it.
Right. I could support that as it stands, and if
That
we want
would
to do
be
more things.
What you're talking about with respect to some of the options that Mr. Sauerwein presented would essentially be the subject of either further amendment of the rulemaking proposal or a separate rulemaking.
Okay, I understand.
Are there any other comments that anyone would like to present at this time? Ms. Rice.
So I guess for me this is a lot because I'm very new to this discussion. I'm from a very rural area, so I'm weighing 2 very different things here. I'm struggling with the fact that this would be a very large burden from an economic development standpoint on, rural homes, and we're still struggling to recover from a very deep recession. And it would be a very large burden on people who want to build homes in rural areas who do not have access to municipal water. In the same, on the other hand, because we are very rural, there are times when homes burn to the ground because we simply cannot get there in time. So having sprinkler systems that could potentially save a home, a structure, or a life is very important. I do, so I'm contending with a lot of issues that I haven't had as much time, I believe, as the rest of this council to deal with. And in addition, I am interested in the options that were recently presented in regard to Mr. Sauerwein's recommendations, and I would like to hear more, maybe get more information on that before I can vote on this.
Okay. Based upon the discussion that we've had up to this point, and with all due respect to all of the comments that have been presented, I think it's been a good discussion. It appears to me that the council is not prepared to proceed on this issue without additional information, potentially discussion and consideration of some of the options that were presented today. We have one issue that has not been resolved today, the gas station fire suppression systems issue, which we still need direction from the council on. Unfortunately, we were not prepared to present that to you today. We also have the issue of residential sprinklers that based on the discussion that we're at, the council is looking for some more information, potentially some more analysis and further discussion. Therefore, I am going to suggest, and I'll ask for a motion to postpone this motion until a future meeting where we can present additional information to you, provide appropriate analysis of some of the options that have been presented today, and allow for the council to have a full discussion on that issue. That's my recommendation. Mr. Sauerwein?
I would put that in the form of a motion. And do you need me to I would put that in the form of a motion. Do you need me to restate that?
The motion is basically we're going to postpone this to another meeting.
I move that we postpone it till another meeting.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Mayor Kennedy. This is a debatable motion because we're not tabling it. So let's take discussion on the motion to postpone.
Do we not have to withdraw the previous motion before we can vote on this one?
No, the motion will be the motion that has been presented will be postponed, will be represented at a future meeting.
Okay.
Any discussion? We'll take a roll call vote on the motion to postpone. Mark?
Ron Peaster?
Yes.
Paul Martin?
Yes.
Michael Weber? Vince Rappacello? Keith Wynn?
Yes.
Judith Kennedy?
Yes.
Barbara Rice?
Yes.
Bill Tucker?
No.
Joe Sauerwein?
Yes.
Sean Hamlin? John Flanagan? Bill Tyne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving to agenda item 7B. This is conceptual approval. As we all just experienced, we have two issues, two technical topics left for the council to provide direction on. And we obviously will at the Department of State, we will prepare for those discussions. We're going to have to step back and figure out what's the appropriate venue and time to have those discussions. But at the same time, from my perspective, this next motion is as important as any motion you will have made today, and that is to continue moving forward with updating the Uniform Code to the 2015 I-codes to the extent that you give us direction to do that. With this conceptual approval, we will continue to develop rulemaking documents, understanding that we still have two important technical issues that we have to plug into that, but we will continue to develop the rulemaking documents and proceed at a pace that will keep us on track for adopting this code in the near future. So with that, I open this agenda item to discussion. Mr. Martin.
I'll make a motion that we proceed with the development of the rulemaking documents, incorporate the 2015 codes published by the International Code Council by reference, modifications and establishing provisions to maintain amendments recommended by the staff of the Division of Building Codes and Standards in their memo to the Code Council dated November 12, 2014.
Motion by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Flanagan. Discussion on the motion? Mr. Martin?
Yes, I make this motion with the desire to continue our forward progress without delay, any further delay, understanding that we do have these two important issues that we will end up coming back to discuss. But it's time to move forward and contemporize our codes here in New York State.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Agenda item number 8, public comment period. Mark, we have a number of speakers. Will you please introduce the speakers?
First speaker we have today is Christopher Merman, who is at the New York City location, the Chief Fire Marshal of the town of Brookhaven.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll proceed. Today I have a prepared statement regarding the newly adopted emergency rule on carbon monoxide. I'll begin, if I may.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the New York State Uniform Fire Prevention and Building Code Council. My name is Christopher Merman. I am the Chief Fire Marshal of the town of Brookhaven, located in Long Island, New York. I'm here not only representing the town of Brookhaven, but I've been asked to speak on behalf of the Fire Marshals Association of Suffolk County as well. Today, I am here to speak on the newly adopted rulemaking pertaining to carbon monoxide detection in commercial buildings. I offer the following comments based on the experience gained over the last year of enforcing a more restricted local standard which requires carbon monoxide in all commercial buildings suitable for human occupancy within the town of Brookhaven. Almost immediately following the tragic evening last February at the Legal Seafood Restaurant in Huntington, where one person lost his life and 27 patrons, employees, and emergency responders became ill from exposure to carbon monoxide, fire officials, code enforcement officials, and lawmakers around the state put protecting the public from carbon monoxide poisoning in public places and commercial buildings on the forefront of many agendas. The town of Brookhaven was no different. At the direction of Supervisor Edward P. Romaine, the Division of Fire Prevention was charged with developing a local law that would protect the public who live, work, and play in the town of Brookhaven. It quickly became apparent that forming a working group consisting of the Division of Fire Prevention and professionals from the fire protection industry was the best course of action. Together with the members of the Long Island Alarm Association, our group developed a workable document, a code that is realistic from a technical and installation standpoint, where devices are available and where the majority of existing fire alarm systems could be modified to accept carbon monoxide detection and notification components. Most important, these devices would react appropriately when the presence of carbon monoxide is present. The approach balanced the financial implications for the property owner with the paramount concern of protecting the occupants. In April of 2014, the Town of Brookhaven Local Law No. 7 of 2014 was adopted by the Town Board. Shortly thereafter was filed with the Secretary of State for codification. Additionally, the provisions of the requirements for a more restrictive local standard petition was completed and submitted. The petition is pending, and we are awaiting a ruling from this council. As a result of Local Law No. 7 of 2014, occupants of approximately 400 commercial buildings within the town of Brookhaven currently are protected from the dangers of carbon monoxide by the installation of carbon monoxide detection integrated into existing fire alarm systems in existing buildings, new fire and carbon monoxide systems in new commercial buildings, and in a few cases, standalone carbon monoxide systems have been installed with separate control panels and associated components. I would like to share with the Council that we have experienced a low number of malfunctions or false alarms with the new detection installed in various buildings since last April. In fact, over the last year, we've had 3 activations in which elevated levels of carbon monoxide were detected by the systems. In these cases, building occupants were alerted, notification was automatically made to the local fire department, and all occupants escaped without lasting effect. 2 of these incidents occurred in places of assembly and 1 in a daycare center. I am happy to inform the Council that very few objections have been received by the Division of Fire Prevention from property owners. I contribute this fact to a code that works, as well as a heightened public awareness of the issue. With regard to the newly adopted emergency rule before the board today, after a thorough review of a number of concerns, there are a number of concerns among fire code officials in Suffolk County. First and foremost, it was noted that carbon monoxide alarms, rather than detectors, are acceptable in most cases in new and existing commercial buildings. Concerns immediately arise that these alarms are not supervised by a system that ensures immediate notification to Central Station, who in turn notifies the emergency services when carbon monoxide is detected, and ensures immediate notification to Central Station, and in turn the notification to a knowledgeable person who is responsible for the repair of the system, i.e. a New York State licensed fire alarm technician, when a system problem is detected. Additional concerns exist regarding use of devices listed only for residential use in commercial buildings. Detection zones are defined by size, with no consideration for manufacturer specification for device coverage area when applicable. More specifically, subdivision D locations include exemptions from carbon monoxide detection based on installation of detection in other areas. An example, detection installed in the room containing carbon monoxide producing equipment then exempts devices in the remainder of the detection zone. What if a water heater is in the utility room, but there is another CO source, such as a rooftop HVAC unit, which serves a larger area of the zone? This draft, or this rule now, emergency rule, is not clear on such a situation. Exemptions like these throughout the rule appear to leave occupants potentially vulnerable. I would ask the council, if I may be so bold, to look at what we have done in Brookhaven in an effort to provide the needed warning to building occupants and initiate emergency response of emergency service personnel in a cost-effective manner for the building owners. Please take an opportunity to review our code and see how it could fit into the state code. I know that we all share in the same goal, and that is to protect the people we serve in the most effective, sensible, and affordable way possible. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Next speaker is Walter Dunn, Senior Fire Marshal, Town of Brookhaven at the New York City location.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to bring up some points that I found during my review of the draft, which is now the emergency rule. But first, I'd like to say that I certainly understand the very tight time constraint that staff was under to put together a draft for such a pretty ambitious task and an important task. To come up with something that could be adopted as an emergency rule in such a very short amount of time. So I can appreciate the efforts that they made. Some of the information that I saw as I was going through just raised questions for me. Some of them have to do with definitions, and as an individual who would be tasked in interpreting such a code, as much information as possible with respect to what is meant by the terms contained therein is certainly beneficial. With regard to the alarm signals transmitted to an approved location, which appears in several locations throughout the code, the definition of transmitted as well as the definition of approved location is certainly up to interpretation. So I would ask that as staff continues to look at this emergency rule, working towards making it a permanent code, that consideration be given to clarification on those terms, as well as the term monitoring. There is some information with respect to monitoring which is stated primarily with regard to notification within the structure in response to detection of carbon monoxide, what it should and should not be. However, monitoring sometimes can be interpreted as monitoring by a central station, or again, monitoring by that approved location, wherever that may be determined to be. So I would ask that that information be looked at as it goes forward. With respect to another section, this is section C in particular, the exemption under subsection 2, which is II. It talks about carbon monoxide alarm signals are automatically transmitted to an approved location. Elsewhere in this document, it talks about the use of alarms to meet compliance requirements. And as we found in Brookhaven, researching our code early on, the capabilities of the various equipment that's out there, the devices that's out there, made it very difficult sometimes to achieve what we were looking to achieve with what's available on the market at this time. And I don't know how that would be achieved to transmit a signal from a typical carbon monoxide alarm that's typically available in many retail outlets as we speak. So again, something else that could be looked at as this progresses. Just another situation that I would like to bring up is regarding garages. It appears that in one of the exceptions, just having one detector between a garage and the building would exempt the rest of the building from further detection requirements. And I'm not sure that was the intent, because again, there may be other sources of carbon monoxide besides vehicles that may be present in a garage. So I would just ask that going forward, that these items that I brought forward would be considered by staff as everyone works towards a permanent code to address this very important issue. Mr. Chairman, may I comment briefly on the fire sprinkler issue?
Hello?
Okay. Next speaker is Lou Dubuque, New York State Builders Association.
Chris Merman from New York City. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
I believe Mr. Dunn wasn't done quite yet.
Mr. Chairman, Walter Dunn, may I make a brief comment on the fire sprinkler issue before moving on to the next speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, very briefly. It appears that what's being discussed here, everybody apparently understands the goal of preserving life and property and the fact that sprinklers can do that. It just appears that what's being debated here, whether intentionally or otherwise, is the value put on somebody's life. We're discussing carbon monoxide detection right now, that in comparison to automatic fire sprinklers is certainly less expensive. And due to that fact, it seems that many people are much more receptive to proceeding in that fashion, despite the fact that the fires kill an enormous amount of people. So it appears that we are concerned about everyone's lives. However, we have the tendency to put values on those people's lives when it comes to the expense of providing protection for those people's lives. And one of the most difficult things for government is protecting people from themselves. And I think we would all agree that given the option to get fine granite countertops and all the fixings on a nice new house versus provide an automatic fire sprinkler system for that same house, the vast majority of people are going to go for those granite countertops. However, those same people, after losing a family member, a child, a parent, a friend, and having been given the option after the fact to spend $10,000 to save that person's life, I'm pretty sure what that answer would be. Thank you.
Lou Dubuque, New York State Builders Association. Just like the fire sprinkler vote, I am going to postpone my public comments until another meeting. Okay? Thank you.
Larry Levine, Natural Resources Defense Council at the New York City location.
Yes, hi, thank you. So I want to address the issue of the WaterSense fixture standards that were on the agenda earlier and which the motion passed to not move forward with that. A number of things I'd like to say and ask the council to keep an open mind in listening. NRDC had first brought this proposal forward, I believe more than a couple of years ago now, when the code update process was focused on the 2012 model codes, and there was a technical subcommittee looking into the 2012 codes and which provisions should or shouldn't be adopted for New York State. The plumbing technical subcommittee at that time, in fact, recommended in favor of moving forward with the WaterSense standards for urinals, faucets, and shower heads. despite the fact that it was not in the 2012 model code. And with respect to the fourth fixture at issue here, toilets or water closets, the technical subcommittee raised a concern only in the residential context, only in the there was residential and non-residential. There was only in one of those contexts was that concern raised, and so we limited the proposal to the one that there was no concern raised about, and the concerns there had to do with drain lines and long drain lines potentially becoming clogged. Actually, I believe it was the commercial context because of the longer drain lines. And so that was put forward by the technical subcommittee and seemed poised to move ahead in New York State despite not being part of the International Model Code until New York decided to skip ahead to the 2015 Model Code, which in all other respects is a terrific thing for the state to do. I want to urge that there's that change, jumping ahead to 2015, is not a reason to abandon the work that had been done previously by Code Council and by Code Council staff and technical subcommittee in looking at this issue on the merits and recognizing the value for New York State of moving forward with these water saving and in fact energy saving standards as well, because these fixtures many of them use hot water, which provides an energy savings when you have the water savings. And this had been raised and been discussed in many previous Code Council meetings. At least one of the Code Council members, although he's no longer on the council, Gary Higby, had back in February of last year specifically asked that department staff look into it, and that's recorded in the minutes from that meeting. And staff had responded that they would be looking into the substance of the issue and reporting back on the substance. And since then, it appears that staff actually does support the substance of this idea because the Department of State has put forward that proposal to the International Code Council, recognizing the merit of the proposal. And so the only reason given for staff's recommendation this morning was that it has not yet been adopted into the International Model Code and therefore shouldn't be adopted by New York State. That's, I think, would be a very unfortunate reason for New York State not to proceed with this, given both that had not been a concern previously when we were working with the 2012 Model Code, and also given that there's actually more to the story of what happened last month with the ICC. And in fact, I just checked during the break with my colleague Ed Osan, who has been participating directly in those ICC meetings over the last several years and was there in April. And what he's just informed me was that the 2018 code revision cycle, which is what last month's committee process was on for the ICC, the 2018 code revision cycle is still very much underway and won't actually be completed until the fall. What happened last month was that a plumbing technical committee at the committee level voted to reject New York State's proposal to adopt these standards in the model code because the committee felt that it should be up to the states. The committee's reason was that it should be up to the states. And here we have New York State with an opportunity to consider and adopt this proposal, which on the merits, department staff believes is meritorious. That committee decision is not the end of the process for the ICC. There's been a call for the full assembly of the ICC, which is the full body, to oppose the committee's rejection and proceed with it. And that question is now out for electronic balloting through May 28th. In addition, there will be a public comment period to the ICC during the summer, and all proposals subject to public comment will be voted on by the full membership of the ICC in the fall. So this is the process at the ICC level is both not over, but moreover, the reason why concerns were raised at the ICC is by those who said it should be decided at the state level. So New York State, if we don't move forward with this here at New York State level, we're in an endless loop that's sort of we're biting our own tail by not moving forward with a proposal that in substance there doesn't seem to be any disagreement that it's meritorious. And I'd just like to say briefly why it's meritorious. This proposal would adopt the standards that are currently voluntary labeling standards developed by the US EPA in their Water Sense program for these four kinds of fixtures: toilets, urinals, faucets, shower heads. And those products with that voluntary labeling are already widely on the market and available at the same or lower price point as less efficient products. What that means is that this is a savings for New York State residents. It costs them nothing more, indeed may even cost less, to purchase and install these fixtures, and it saves them water and saves them energy, which means it saves them on their utility bills. With respect to the toilets and the urinals alone, the Appliance Standards Awareness Project has projected that adopting these standards in New York State specifically would save $64 million a year for consumers by the year 2025, assuming a natural replacement rate for these fixtures, and would save 6 billion gallons of water a year, 70 gigawatt hours of electricity, 478 BTU of gas, and 43,900 million tons of CO2 in terms of greenhouse gas emissions resulting from that energy savings. There was discussion on many of the other agenda items today about New York's competitiveness and economic growth and not wanting to impose burdens, cost burdens. This would do the exact opposite. This would impose no additional cost burden on construction and would provide savings to New York residents. It would also provide, very importantly, savings to utilities, which right now are burdened with the need for tremendous investment in updating and upgrading both drinking water and wastewater treatment and collection and delivery systems. The less water that needs to go through those systems to be delivered to homes and to be pumped to treatment plants and treated, the less it costs for those capital improvements and for the operational expenses of those utilities. And given the infrastructure investment crisis we have in New York State as nationwide, saving water in this way is a boon to municipalities, which in turn is a boon to the economy and will facilitate growth, not hinder it. It also, by responsibly using our water, leaves water available for growth, for residential growth, for industrial growth, leaving the water to be used efficiently rather than using it excessively and unnecessarily with these fixtures that are not efficient. Making that change is, in every respect, a step forward for New York. And it helps with clean water as well. Less water in these systems will mean less sewer overflows. When you reduce the flow through old sewer pipes, you have less opportunity to trigger overflows, which happen chronically throughout the state. And New York State DEC has reams of data and reports on this. Finally, I'll just say that other states have moved forward with this as well without waiting for the ICC model codes. This is already in effect in Georgia, Texas, and California. New York City has adopted it at the city level, and we believe it's time for New York State to follow suit. And I'll point out that even for the city, this would have benefits, even for New York City where this rule is already in effect, because New York City, in fact, supplies drinking water to about 1 million people upstate. In over 70 communities, 110 million gallons a day, which the city is trying to reduce as part of its overall water conservation and infrastructure program for the city's water supply system. So reducing water demand throughout the state would benefit everyone throughout the state. So for all of those reasons, I'd like to request that the Code Council revisit the vote that was taken, in fact, earlier this morning, based on the merits of the issue, not merely based on what staff presented this morning, and also recognizing that even with respect to what staff did present about the ICC process, there actually is more to the story than that. And I don't fault the presentation by staff this morning, but I do want to present the rest of that picture. So for all of those reasons, I'd like to request that the Code Council revisit on the merits of this proposal moving forward with it, rather than putting it off to some indefinite point in the future, given that we have no idea when the next update to the New York State codes may happen.
Next speaker is Chief Tom Perkins, Baldwinsville, New York Fire Department.
Good afternoon. Thank you. On Sunday, May 3rd, The Baldwinsville Fire Department was dispatched to a reported house fire at 25 Naylor Circle with the possibility of a child trapped. Onondaga County Fire Dispatch transmitted the alarm to Baldwinsville at 14:31. Okay. Move back? Okay. Onondaga County Fire Dispatch transmitted the alarm to Baldwinsville at 14:31. Battalion Chief 3 arrived at 14:34 and confirmed a working fire with a child trapped in an upstairs rear bedroom. The deputy chief, arriving seconds later, transmitted a second alarm. At 14:39, Deputy Chief DiGregorio collapses in the front yard after handing off the limp body of a 2-year-old Norma Lamirande to an awaiting ambulance. This all happened within 8 minutes. How long the fire was burning before discovery, we don't have those facts yet. The point is that a working sprinkler system would have changed the events of that afternoon. The problem the fire service faces today is how quickly fire spreads in lightweight construction used today in the housing industry. More synthetics, more plastics, more combustible surfaces, and the list goes on. You as a code counsel have to evaluate what a life is worth. I think, and I don't know these figures, as you know, there's figures all over the board, but the cost of a sprinkler system far outweighs the objection of installing a system because the sprinkler system will extinguish a fire in its incipient stage. I've been around long enough to remember when the fire service had to fight for smoke detectors, and that was a fight. Today's smoke detectors are just not enough. Because of the above-mentioned components in houses, today's sprinklers are a must. We used to say in the fire service we had 20 minutes to make the difference, and if you look at those times I gave you before, many times it's too late by the time we get the alarm. Sprinkler systems in 1- and 2-family dwellings will at least kind of level the playing field for the fire service, so that when the fire service arrives, we will be doing minor extinguishment instead of major damage and loss. Please don't let this tragedy end in vain. Pass this legislation to prevent another senseless tragedy, and mark my words, there will be more fire deaths because of the lightweight construction we're dealing with today. This is not the only fire death I've had. 3 years ago, we had a similar fire death in an older individual in a townhouse, again, not sprinklered. Had that townhouse been sprinklered, that outcome would have been a lot different also. So I put this in perspective just to make you understand that things have changed. Fires move a lot faster, they're a lot hotter than they were 20 years ago. And these are the things we have to think about in the future to make our job easier and limit the loss of life and property. Thank you.
Don Corkery.
I'm Jerry DeLuca. I'm an executive director of New York State Association of Fire Chiefs. I'm joined today by our president, Don Corkery, by second vice president of the Association of Fire Districts, Tom Rinaldi, second vice president of the Firemen's Association of the State of New York, Steve Klein, and other members of the fire service, and people from the Building Officials Conference who just had to leave. First of all, we want to thank the Code Council members today for setting aside this decision to allow for more time to discuss, to get the facts, because the truth, we're all advocates. The fire service only has one product to sell, the safety of the public. The folks who are on the other side of this issue have points to make, and they should make their points, and so should we. We appreciate the extra time that will be given so that we can make these points. The fire service is interested and willing to discuss compromise. As much as we believe that little Nora's life should not be lost in vain, and that the right thing to do is to adopt sprinklers in 1- and 2-family homes. We understand our realities in life, and we are willing to undertake discussions regarding compromise. We thank you for your time. We look forward to working with you.
Anne Marie Mitchell.
Hello, I am a builder, short builder, in Saratoga. I'm also representing the Capital Region Builders and Remodelers Association, and of course I'm going to discuss sprinklers. I thank you for the willingness to compromise, and I think that is a good discussion to have. However, I think this needs to be resolved so that we can move ahead with the 15 codes. I just want to make a couple of distinctions here. When we're talking about sprinkling 1- and 2-family residents, it's a completely different sprinkler system than when you're discussing commercial or multifamily housing. It's the NFPA 13D. And this is not, the intent of this is not to extinguish a fire. It is to reduce the risk of flashover in the room of origin, and also to allow a little more time for residents to escape. They're only required to have enough pressure for 2 sprinkler heads to operate for 10 minutes. Now, for multifamily and for apartments and dormitories, it's 4 sprinkler heads for 30 minutes, and it is the intent to try to contain the fire. The intent for a residential sprinkler system is just to reduce flashover and get out. So if it takes 15 minutes for the fire department to get there, it's going to be fully involved anyway. And it's only the room of origin. So if the fire is outside of the house, within the walls, or in the attic, the sprinklers are not going to contain anything. So it's only for the smaller fires in the room of origin. Also, the 13D allows for a multi-purpose sprinkler system, so it's incorporated with your plumbing in your PEX tubes, which is great. It does keep the costs down. And, you know, as a builder, we are not opposed to sprinklers, only opposed to the mandate. And this system does allow more flexibility for homeowners to choose. The issue with it is there are pipes where traditionally there is no plumbing. So in Zone 6 and Zone 5, as we experienced with this horrific winter we had, pipes do freeze. And when we're having pipes in the ceiling, the risk of freezing is more extreme. Doesn't matter how well you insulate, critters get in, things get disturbed, you can have exposed pipes. With this multi-purpose system, when the pipes freeze, they don't burst because it is PEX tubing. What happens is you now cannot flush your toilet. You have no water in your house because your pipes are frozen. So my fear is, you know, homeowners get out there with their heat gun and start trying to thaw their own pipes out. Once they're frozen, just as anybody knows with pipes. So my concern with mandating, especially when we're talking up north, Zone 5, Zone 6, you know, it is a concern that all of a sudden you will not have domestic water if your pipes freeze, especially if we have any more winters like we just had. Also in the notes that we just had for the code changes, one of the things in there with the residential code is owner-occupied dwelling exceptions, where you don't need toilet or kitchen or whatever in certain owner-occupied dwellings. However, there is no such exception for sprinklers. So you might not need a bathroom, but you're going to have a sprinkler system. Just seems a little offset. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Bill Collins, the Vandervoort Group. Eric Lacey. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Bill Collins from the Vandervoort Group. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. There's been a lot of discussion about a number of issues that have surfaced, and I think it's entirely appropriate that those issues be researched thoroughly in relation to the operation of sprinklers, in relation to the incredibly limited maintenance requirements of sprinklers, in relation to the opportunity for sprinklers to do a job for the fire service, in addition to representing the Vandervoort Group, in addition to representing both the Fire Districts Association and the State Association of Fire Chiefs has me as a volunteer fireman and a member. I've been to home fires. I've seen the damage that can occur in the most expeditious response to calls. And I'm, as a member of the fire service and as a representative, I think it's very, very important that a number of misconceptions be ironed out and the facts be considered in totality before this council makes a decision. Thank you for the opportunity.
Eric Lacey.
Good afternoon, Eric Lacey, Responsible Energy Codes Alliance, and I'll keep it really brief. I'm just standing in support of the actions you've taken to move forward with the energy provisions of the code. We supported the adoption of the 2012 code here, and the council decided to skip that and move directly to the 2015. As a result, you're a little bit, behind where you might have been with the 2012, but I would encourage you to move forward as quickly as possible with the energy code provisions. I'm encouraged to hear that you made very few amendments to it. I thought most of the amendments made were very reasonable. And of course, the amendments to maintain consistency with state laws is very important. The issues related to sprinklers are very important. I know they involve a lot of debate. To the extent possible, I would recommend keeping the energy code moving forward. I know in a couple states, all the codes have been slowed by the debate over sprinklers and other things. And if it is possible to move forward, if it looks like there's going to be a further delay because of that, I would urge you to update the provisions of the energy code, particularly because you're 2 codes behind now on that. In any case, we do support everything. We would support New York moving ahead to the 2015, and we offer our support going forward. And I say thank you then.
Adam Prizio.
As gentleman comes up, I want to make sure that everyone understands it is our full intention to move forward with all of the codes as quickly as possible.
Thank you to the Code Council for this opportunity to speak and for your decisions today to preserve the accessibility modifications that are currently in place. I should introduce myself. My name is Adam Prizio, and I work for the Center for Disability Rights, which is a disability advocacy organization supporting the full integration of people with disabilities into everyday life in New York's homes and communities and out of institutions. And so, again, we want to thank you for preserving the accessibility modifications, because these support New York's continued leadership as a place where, in terms of the building code, as a place where there's good visitability, which in the disability community means things like being able to visit your family on Thanksgiving and being able to attend a barbecue at your boss's house, or being able to attend a Meet the Candidate event at a neighbor's. In terms of parking, it means that a person with a disability who uses a van will not need to look for a subset van accessible parking of a subset accessible parking. So again, we thank you for these decisions. I want to take this time, however, to bring to the attention of the council and to urge you to make it a priority to address the lack in New York State of accessible, affordable, integrated housing. This lack stands as perhaps the single biggest obstacle keeping people with disabilities in institutions, keeping them out of our communities. I was in DC 3 weeks ago with a number of disability advocates from around the country, and a woman told the story of how when she was in an institution, her ward was so neglected that her roommate had bed sores which had maggots living in them. And this woman was, this is not something that happened, many, many years ago. This woman was in her 20s. So for the disability community, being able to live in your own home, being able to control your life and not be in an institution is not just something nice. It's not a preference. It's a right. It's a civil right recognized by the Supreme Court. And it's a matter of life and death for our people. So I encourage you to take this and make this a priority in your work going forward. I thank you again for this time.
Our last speaker is David Mann.
Hi there, I'm David Mann from Alta Industries Limited. We manufacture log homes. I'm also here because I was asked by Rob Pickett of Rob Pickett and Associates. Mr. Peaster, I think we met 3 years ago and discussed the plight of the log home industry in general. So I have nothing to talk about fire sprinklers right now. We love firemen. Firemen love log homes. We sell a lot of log homes to firemen, so I'll leave it at that. Basically, I was told to just come up here and give anecdotally a little bit about what we do. We're a 44-year-old company that manufactures log homes in the state of New York, but there's a 60-member log and timber frame council that's part of the Building Systems Council, which is also a part of the National Association of Home Builders. We're also a member of the Capital Region Builders Association, and basically, I like what some of the things that gentleman has actually left the room. I like some of the things that you talked about, practically speaking, about how the stair codes would change the modular industry or affect them, and we don't want to do that. I'm not in the modular industry, but I can relate to being practical. And some of the supporting documentation I don't think anybody brought up that Mr. Pickett had sent in. So I don't know if you have the supporting documentation. I'm assuming you have it. I'm not a technical guru, but it basically talks about a revision, and I know how much you love revisions, to the IRC 2015 based on the ICC 400. But again, I'm not a technical guy, so I'm not going to really go there. I'm just going to tell you how, if we have to comply, and by the way, I'm kind of jumping around a little bit here, but we've been we got involved with Energy Star about 10 years ago when they said log homes, Energy Star. Don't you have any pink stuff in between the logs? You know, Pink Panther, fiberglass, etc. No, we don't. But the beauty of it was that we did do blower door tests. We did get very good air exchange per hour ratings and all the other, we got 5-star plus ratings from Energy Star for homes that were built with solid log construction, post and beam roofs, if anybody's familiar with that. We have compliance certificates, 5-star plus, not only from us, but from the 50 plus 60 members of the Log Homes Council that have, since we got involved in it, because I think we were one of the first to partner with Energy Star, we also convinced the Log Homes Council to share that information with the other log home members. So in New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, throughout the country, they've all been subscribing to Energy Star. We were also involved with NYSERDA 7 years ago, and the LEED for Home pilot program. We're the first log home that's been certified LEED, and that was a pretty big accomplishment, a lot of time spent. Those homes we thought would be something that everybody would want to be interested in, energy efficiency. Seems that, yes, everybody wants energy efficiency. Not too many people care about LEED, to be quite honest with you. So just kind of wrapping it up, if there's any questions about this revision, I mean, I can read it to you, but I think that would bore the heck out of you. It's bored the heck out of me, and I've read it about 10 times since I've been here this morning, since 10 o'clock. Are you can I ask you, are you familiar with this revision that was submitted by Rob Pickett?
Yes, we did receive it, and it was forwarded to the members of the Code Council.
Okay, so I mean, is it, again, not being a technical person, there's really nothing I can answer for you on that except to say that if the ICC or IRC gets passed as it is with no amendment or revision to that, it's really going to put a hurt on all log home companies, even the ones that don't try to thrive in New York State. It'll be something that, as one gentleman mentioned, maybe it was Buffalo, maybe it was New York City, that when you're on those borders of Pennsylvania, Vermont, et cetera, you're going to be more apt to build your home there as opposed to building it in New York State. But I just want to thank you for your time and listening, and I hope I made some kind of impact. If anybody wants to buy a log home, I'll be right here. I have business cards. Thank you very much.
There are no more speakers left.
Thank you, Mark. Agenda number 9, future meetings. When is our next scheduled meeting, Mark?
Next scheduled meeting.
Mr. Chair, Keith Wen from New York City, Mr. Chair.
This time we expect to have it in this room as well, and in Buffalo and New York City. And the one after that, the last one for the year, would be November 10th.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, we obviously have some work left to be done discussing the technical topics that were presented to you today. We're going to have to assess when we can get back together to discuss those. As soon as we have information regarding that, we will certainly let the council know, and then we'll make that known to the public as well, and most likely schedule a special meeting of the council in the relatively near future.
Mr. Chair, Keith Wen from New York City. Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Mr. Wen, yes.
This is regarding the plumbing fixture water flow rate issue that the council just voted on this morning. The way that the meeting is conducted, having the public comment period towards the end, prevents me from assessing this in a more precise manner. I'm just wondering if there's a way to make a motion to postpone the item for the next meeting so that we can reconsider the facts presented by Mr. Larry Levin from NRDC, if that is possible.
At this point, the council has adopted a motion, and we are planning to proceed based upon that action. Regarding the public comment period today and the fact that it was after the meeting, that was specifically because we devoted an entire meeting in January to public comment on these technical topics. So there was a robust presentation of technical or of public comments that on all of these issues that was presented at the January meeting. At this point in time, we're planning to proceed based upon the actions of the council.
Okay, I understand that, but I would like to state on record that the point brought up about the issue of 110 million gallons of water a day being channeled to New York State, this is news to me. I understand, and I'm not blaming anyone, that piece of information was not submitted to the staff for the assessment, and therefore it is not their fault. But this is really news to me. So I have some reservation about my vote prior to the public comment period. And I'm just wondering if there's a way that I can perhaps abstain myself from my previous vote, change my vote to abstain.
At this point, I'm going to have to go back and research Robert's rules on that. But the other thing that I would encourage you to consider is the fact that that provision that the council provided direction to us on is not an adoption of that provision by any stretch of the imagination. It was an action that gives us direction to develop a rulemaking proposal that will go through a formal public comment period, that will be the subject of public hearings, and that will be presented back to this council at some point in hopefully the near future for a formal adoption. So we have not reached the end of the process. Frankly, we are just beginning the process.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Bill Tyne from Buffalo.
Is there any other business to be brought before the council today?
Yes, could we ask a question from Buffalo?
Mr. Tyne?
We couldn't hear the date of the next meeting. There were too many discussions going on simultaneously.
Mark, could you please reiterate the meeting dates?
The next two dates for 2015 are August 19th and November 10th.
Thank you.
And just to make sure that you heard this as well, it is likely that we will be having a special meeting between now and August 19th.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other business? Mark?
Yes, I'd like to know, this attendance at the Code Council meeting entitles code enforcement officials with a credit of continuing education. And I'd like to know if there's anyone in New York City or Buffalo that is seeking continuing education credits for attendance to this meeting.
Does it apply for zoning board officials?
I don't know.
If it does, I would be. If not, doesn't matter. Thanks.
It's Bill Timmons. If credit is available, Bill Timmons of Buffalo. If credit is available, I'll follow up with you, Mark, on that.
Bill Timmons, could you, after this meeting, maybe Monday or sometime next week, contact me or Janet Miller to get your name on the list and get you those credits?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
Okay, and if there's anybody in Albany that hasn't signed up, they can still do so by seeing Janet Miller at the table to the one side, to the left of this table.
This is Keith Wen. Just want to add one more thing. I would like to thank Ron Peaster and Mark Blanca and their staff for doing so much research on all these subjects, especially on the accessible parking, such a fast turnaround time. Thank you.
Glad it worked. Any other business? Seeing none, I hear a motion to adjourn, and there is a second. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.